Gigi ni Wero TV.
Miaka ithatu kuma President William Ruto ari kunywa muuma yotongeria kwa tariki 13 mweri wa kenda mwaka wa 2022 ruare ni miaka ithatu na ntuku imwe nirio Ruto ethirito ari utongeria na thai tutierie ndiuru ya miaka ile twita kithurano ne kia 2027 kithurano kikethwa kikaria atia thai kuri na ura wari munini okenende yete kwithwa ari mpinzani okyo munene kiri kithurano kia 2027 mantu akaloka yake ethwa yakaria atia now tuko ruare twenda kwithwa tukiolelia oritingwe bwa thirikari ya Kenya kwanza runguru wa President William Ruto ari mutongeria wa thirikari ya Kenya na tukethwa tukiolelia ngwechi yake mawirane yake ni naya kinyite ni yeko yoyurite yeko yatiro yura na kiume kiki ondi twithirito tukibwithia nduono chia bura President Ruto ethirito akirita ngwe including kiri ugimba bwa mwiri including kiri mathoko kiri barabara mawirane yake mantu yayo ondi ni twithirito tukiolelia na ndibu onto tukubarua turi hao kiri karoke kia mbere bururu kikwithwa tukiaraniria oritingwe bwa thirikari ya President William Ruto. Karibu sana kiri mubango yetu kia siasa utukubadwa retu emeta town hall miaka ithatu ya President William Ruto ikari ate auwe maoni yaku ni ariku. Karibu sana na aranire na bahati utukubadwa retu na kirindiki kingi sana lakini mbere mbedro ngibo menyithia bo ndina lamalekwa karibu sana Edward.
Who is Martin? Don't I check Facebook account about who is Martin and who is Edward. So
okay, Edward ni mzungu, mimi ni Mwafrika.
Thank you Martin. Kire invite to Boruare araga ro siasa ukitrimana chunki kire town ya miaka ithatu ya President William Ruto. This one is for the books. Na kirindi kire yao tuina atalam, tuina Gen Z, tuina people are representing disability, tuina mawakili. Nao tuenda kudia tuina ruwarido kumenya. Kiri mawirane ya President William Ruto mwaka na yo 2022. Na miaka ithatu nyumene. Mante yo ndinedri teye ingeno tu. Tukedia tuina clips. Kana tukedia tuina miari ya wembere ya President na miari nyuma ya wakudra kiukotongeria bwa thirikari ya Kenya. Na bware wirane kinyabu kuwa munini wawe atekaro kulukira madina ya kulukira nguru wa President Uhuru Kenyatta, but now Gachagua na munini wawe nengirwe taitu na kidhure kidike na kidike arekana no kuma Mount Kenya East. So kile wale tukubura orenya together tukorelia uwe umwete Mount Kenya East no feel impact ya Deputy President Professor Kwidra ayukite kanya kadigadi Gachagua yayo onda together tuyolelia yao but bere bidrengi chokeria Martin kanya ka ambe introduce the guest para tu nabo tukubarware and then together tuichoka kiri onirege kenda tumenya where to pick this from. So Martin, over to you kenda with wika na mutratara hawa esteemed guest para tu nabo tukubarware.
Thank you Mutembeei. Tukelo tukiolelia kuma kiri Devolution kuma kiri otumeribwa mbeche cha thirikari kuma kiri miradi ya thirikari ira President Ruto ethirito akiambiriria na ira yario na ethirwa kiri of course twimi back na miarieke ira ethirito akiaria including sha ira yokara ndekire bamwe controversial lakini president aruanete tebo yatenda kubwa kuma kiri uwe na of course ruaretu na kiri ndikinyo kethwa kitwira kethwa wa utumira kandi ya sha na eriri tango yate. Karibu sana na woni utukubarua retu na ataalamu ba mantu ya kisiasa chorebe tuba kuwe sana utukubarua retu na representative kuma kiri Law Society of Kenya turi na kuma kiri special interest group turi na ritwa barani Gen Zs na I believe okay kwetho no kuona gender haiko mbaya sana si ndio tuko sawa karibu tuingira hata tuko sawa Karibuni sana kile mubango echunke siasa arani na batu kilukira namba yetu SMS itena mara 23578 kana withdraw kiarani na batu kile Facebook fan page yetu ni Wero TV kana Wero FM kana kile fan page ya Wero FM kulukina withdraw kiarani na woni kile Martin Gichunge dola kile Facebook kana kile Twitter @Martin Gichunge 1 kana @Wero TV. Karibu sana Edward.
Karibuni sana gentlemen, ana tukwenda kuambia conversation yetu tukubadware. Now scorecard ya President William Ruto kuma mwaka yo 2022 na thai mwaka yo 2025 2 years mbele tutagirege durano ke mwaka yo 2027 digenda kubwa kiri babwe. And we start here Martin mbitikiria tuambiria na daktari is here daktari atwe at least daktari kiri miaka idatu ya President William Ruto wemeonea kariate.
Pole, asante. Thank you so very much MUTEMBEI na Ndula. Iboga mnono ntubwa kuthithia this town hall nekenda tu ya tuthithia review ya kuma election yetu ya 2002 mwaka yo ethatu mbita wa Kaberia Isaac ndi Ameru ndi Tana University na the other part of what I do Dula ni kumenyera mbecha chetu cha Arikwangu NSSF narandita the board member. Very interesting question, and I actually was very excited to be here today. We must also tuambiria kurania kumatru tara trikari yetu ya Kenya how far we are. Ninkwenda wa appreciate tutambirire tibwega Martin. Non-to expectations chantu betu non-to chari very high. Na president yako yukia thirikari na thithirie thirikari yawe na ntuba Kenya ibare na expectations inene muno ntuba hopes ira antubeto banekerwe. In that process ibukumya tu na history nene muno kuchinja thirikari here and there, different appointment of cabinets. I think president na irakia bando we position wengwa kendona he has gotten the right people bakumutethia ngwira promise the Kenyans. So that one is back in our minds. Nebatigudhere madhwani yetu kwa ili njani ya president wetu aramantu yetu. Number 2, of course, no to expectations nyingi equal a lot of other reactions, a lot of protests along uprising the young people here. Yeah, I think it keep continuing to caution the yetu on the right trajectory. But after that, I think Martin, where I want to stand, I think we are better from where we started. When the new government has come in form of the broad-based, where I sit, Martin, we have done a little bit better from the first year. President Ruto. Give credit where it's due. Took quite a few things on issue here economy. I'm not an economist. But on the economics standpoint, Kenya, where I sit, the trajectory is excellent. It's excellent because of the inflation levels. Even the businesses, NSSF on issues matters to investment, we can project and tell us ourselves that actually economy yetu lichokete at the right trajectory. The other thing that this is our response much later. In this country. Actually, so many things are happening at the moment. Infrastructure-wise, I want to be very honest. Infrastructure-wise, we may not be experiencing it along around here, but this is something I think we'll discuss later. Opinion about that. But okay, otura you can realize kwe antubai na maendeleo ya manene muno na kure ndi kun develop muno. One side example I want to give, Martin, from where I know, and this is something that I know, na ya chinchi ya Kenya, our country, recently we have had a lot of struggles ya kwetherenya tuina a very good place ya kureta michemanio yetu ndene ya Kenya on international levels. International levels, we have been pointed on a number of times to Kenya Cairo delegation, but when due diligence is done, you're going to get that tomba kuhold turaga completely twice, thrice. And I think that's one issue I would wish to give the government credit. If you know that Baba Ingiba Kume Bomas of Kenya is already down. Bomas of Kenya is already down. We are doing a very international conference center. Ireke host the delegations. Non to either Rwanda most of the time because we could not hold that capacity. Another quick I want to mention, there are people who have been asking about the Talanta Stadium. The Talanta Stadium is one of them, actually I think is one of the signature development by the next 1 or 2 years. So I'm looking at it from an infrastructure perspective. So Martin, what I want to say the government is on the right trajectory. So far, so good. I'll give it 7 out of 10.
Thank you very much, Dr. I hope kirindiki kiothe no kietikanirie na owe, but we will hear from them kwethira ba etikanirie na owe first. Mbere ya twitabu nene sana Mheshimiwa Caleb ikwake turi atuyegethe na tukareti bubwa.
Asanti Gichunge mbere mambuge kairibwa kana ntobwa this gathering na ithugano ria thatu twithira twina this round table na mbuge bukaribishi mono municipality, but the most important thing ithugano ria twithira twina kikaro kiria tukorania thatu twi kiutongeria na bara tutongerete na even the professionals. Where are we as a country, as a county, as a ward? No, to most of the time tutethira twina this opportunity ila tukarande turania what have we been able to achieve. I think it is important to mention that kiuni from where I sit bobaganga karande nyani narua nkorua kiure kiu for the last 3 years, what have we been able to achieve as a country and a county. So Gichunge, to me this is the best opportunity maybe nie kwaranira na ntubetu na kuthikira at the same time. No, to most of the time maybe we learn without looking back, which is not also very good as readers. Ibobaga ukarande tu akarande na professionals jababa tukorania where are we heading and where are we anaina tumete. Asante Gichunge.
Thank you. Asante sana. And randomly, from the new generation, Denda Kuibwa, from you guys, do you think tuko in the right trajectory vis-a-vis zile promises ambazo tulipatiwa wakati wa elections? I believe you guys know, where we are as a country. So do you think mahali tuko sahi compared na zile promises ambazo tulipewa pre-2022 elections? Do you think tuko mahali pale ambapo tungefaa kukua?
Thank you very much. My name is Cosmas Carrington America from Meru University, Secretary General. Actually, when we have started this session, nilikuwa na try to follow keenly, but ilikuwa inapita mbio. But as we speak now, I can say 3 years. Actually, I was 1 month ago, I was in MUTEMBEI for Devolution conference. And in terms of infrastructure, actually people from MUTEMBEI were saying that this is the first time that they are seeing this, the seed of devolution. They are saying 90% of the road that are being constructed in MUTEMBEI is the fruit of broad-based government. So what I can say is that devolution must work, and the Vision 2030 is near. So it's time for us as Kenyans to earn this ownership of being a member of Kenya and embrace each other so that we can benefit from each other, from the same government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Teddy Samuel Alai. I am the president of Meru University. I want to first thank you for doing this evaluation. This is actually an evaluation to our government. What I can say is that I do evaluate it using the SDGs. The SDGs are the Sustainable Development Goals. They are the 17. One of them are reducing poverty. I think our government has tried. there's through their bottom-up economic transformation agenda, they are trying. If we look at health, although we are facing challenges, of course, the government must have failures. We are facing challenges of transitioning from NIF to SHA. It has been very rocky, but our economy is doing well. They are trying. They are trying to achieve the 17 SDGs. If I talk of health, we can only sideline the corruptions that are taking place in institutions like KEMSA and other things, but our government is trying. Thank you very much.
Now, ndenda tuibwa kuma kire anto bathoko bongwa, what do they have to say mantu ine biashara? We just katukwenda kuona generally where we are as a country bere tu ya kire issues chongwa, and then we will want to hear kuma kire daktari tumenya atire kethirwa shaka amane kuritangwe where you work daktari. We would want to understand kwethirwa mantu yo karika also as a representative wa PWDs tuenda kumenya atire, is this government thinking about you as we continue? So Kenya, I know ibweterete thoko ya 800 million. First of all, 800 million, is it viable? Egachokia idio tukwenda thai, you know, because mero erenjirene, as they say, ya kwasete, and these are some of the issues tobati kwethwa tokia rirazi. So Kenya, uwe ya mwendia thokone withwa ni thirikari ije iwikite ariko?
Thank you. Bitawa Kenya Beatrice, ndimo biashara thokone Gakoromone. Nakwenda go support daktari uga nyani personally kala Ruto mwana kila 7 out of 10. Sometimes itolinga kura twalekia kulinga kura tugetera manto jamanene na baraba tolinga era kerere sana ibarabe na personal interest, the interest is yande wuru. Honta mwendia wa Mutumba, benda ya Mutumba both retail and wholesale. Tukolinga kura 2022, merigo ya uma UK na Canada. Kabero kamaga 45 kg, nontuba dola la yari, tuakagula at 20,000. Lakini as we are talking, tuikagula 12,000. Yewi kumanisha, Ruto nageretie kustabilize economy Kenya, bila biko muguithia kile economy Kenya ni corruption. Bajaire, buge nagitio gikenene, Ruto na turingithitia nene batu akariba Meru, especially batu antuba Koromone. Totona thirikari nge kuma devolution yarikana Gakoromone kana thoko zera ya Gakoromone, and I think Gakoromone is the second biggest market in Kenya. Na revenue la to generate Gakoromone ne nyingi mono ekorokete Eldoret na Kenya Kisumu, but regime ila siyo ekorokete itarikana Meru town itarikana Gakoromone. Ruto atolikanete kukeja kwetherwa thoko yo kambirwa mbere mweri jwa 10 na maybe ngayatethie ethire by 2028 800 million investment kaisana kire kusichokia ndene thoko nera no tunatu Ameru ne tutharimi ogatega into bia binge beyond the bienda wandene Kenya tiga samaki yake yuma Ameru ntewetekia kwina doubt that Gichunge tuga mbese ili by 2022 I'm sorry by 2032 800 million investment kaisana thoko ere kai kadira by 2028. Thank you.
Yes, bere buru oni ankethe Mumeru ari na nchoke mbuge oni riria Ruto ari campaign ine. Bere buru ankethe Mumeru ari na mbuge oni ni chia thoko we Gakoromone na kinya riria Ruto ari kuno ndari chia na nejire unda muromba wakirwa thoko eu. So kethwa kwi muntu kuwa batero chokeria president katho iwoni nontu nyarira twiriga State House na ugire our man is ready na thoko ere kambia gwakwa, which is very good. I'm happy to hear that na inkogorwa mono na ndenda na ndi yambia gwakwa if possible before October ikenda thoko ere yumba ku serve antu nontu thoko ere nenyiragia kuntu gokuinge mono thoko ere ingutikirio bietu bieta Nairobi bigeta Marsabit Rwanda ichionthe ndene entuko I think thoko ere yakwa ya kirianto ngiri kana ithatu. At this moment twina antu almost 8,000 na nchoke mbuge o mwaka juthira kana mwaka jukuruka wona kigerio kiageruo o mwaka twitha twikurukagia ageni o magana atandatu kana mugwanja pa sector omba gwita wakarati ukethwa antu magana atandatu ibarongerekere so riria yerwe kaewa milioni magana anana I think thoko inkona igakora kubati na yumbe kuongera antu nkuruki na tuigwa tugwiritwo muno riria ana betu bauma bara batukumba kufatha kana kuendelea kithomo beja bakethwa bakiona ge kuria na inkona twendelete bwega muno ngachoka nkauga ingwitikia mwankira thayo kirubura bwendene Meru especially kuma king governor wetu riria twari State House Ruto na ugira mwa 200 billion I mean 2 billion cha kuthithia barabara. Therefore nyethwa barabara chetu ni thukire surrounding the market inkumenya governor the moment akaona budget yewe none mbecha yu Ruto atwirire barabara ikathithwa. For example ya barabara ya kuma Bochugo iria itithagia into barabara ukimono indi na amana ndina gwitikio before October or December hizo barabara zitakuwa smart na chakula itaweza kufika vizuri. Na kwa hivyo mimi naona hii serikali inajikakamua na ndio serikali ya kwanza kuweza kutuona sokoni, kuweza kutuongelesha na nini, lakini pia nikisupport mtoto wetu ambaye ni Kindiki. Unajua sasa mpaka tutaongea mambo kidogo, naomba nikisema nikimuunga mkono Kindiki na muomba nikomuromba nkiuga thoko yetu ina antu baba ingi mono na bena kura riria ritwaromba kinya batu na twite na tukamwirimberia. Thank you.
Ndenda kuibwa kuma kiri defectors ba thirikari je ndumbere twitakiri the issues now twariria the SHA, the devolution and stuff. Twenda kuibwa kuma kiri mtu ya Bario na Gladys of course na Karenga tumenya what they feel about this government because it's politics
Okay, bwana mueni uimbita wa Bario mpumite edia Chegembe na rakira ng'ondu Bario ntolimu atina mantu lakini nimbichie mwamba ngoma akuacha nje kwawe lakini ndi ruare tutetirimane kenda tuguchenje kwetu tutirimanire kenda to enlighten antu bameru bonde na baisiolo baembu baraba kubwa kimeru kenda tukwairi na muno kuruki tumbe otetheria antu bomene kwa watu waswa nimbi kuendelea dede thirikari yetu. Very sorry bwana daktari, my good brother and a friend to me, tukiwa SHA neko tangwe tunakosea berene twari na NHF waria mana atano every month ruare turi okay akuregister SHA after 2 to 3 weeks after a single month by kwira ekira aho here. That's the thing I'm doing. Watri mamwekuru na arire SHA meri thatu ne kuthira nende adeda kuongela meri ile SHA amwira no utekira ukarea thimu eke karea next time wetambangine bakwira no. So SHA is not working. Two, ndienda tuwate kintu kimwe. I'm not fighting the government, but I'm telling the truth. Ndienda tuwate kimwe. Ndia tukwariria mantu wa SHA turia tukimenya aru ari turi ukiawita outpatient wana maten utetethwi SHA. Bila bindia reti muno ke SHA ne kwithirwa SHA etetethia mwananchi ura omitaji a certain duration of time rirati na mbecha na ngakaria the ohia iraomba kuona etanda iraomba kuona utethio bwele ndienda bwelewe thirikari yetu ya Kenya yambiririe mirand na yendo chenchia kithani logs nambi atumira a lot of money o chenchia NHF to SHA na onto ya chenchia ete beneficial ki mwananchi wa kawaida na ndisore kuwa na kambuibwe ya sana no ntobo hokerwa thoko lakini kiuria niki is it one of the big four agenda yote the common mwananchi Duare turere abo kaua embecha ikiondone. I'm wondering demo biashara wa mira inkuriara natia. Na rea tukero itwokero doko amburingane bwana modaline yokerwe na nioki. Right away nditangwe kurandi na kasto kala mbura ira ko mira na ramburigene. Lakini tukuma thoko neu. Nonto no waitia ne tondo yake onare euro. Akoenderie nao. Ne tondo de kintu kikwenda haraka. So what we are saying, rira twaromba thoko yokwe twa ekirwa cubes. Around the 60 cubes. And the turatala madhabu ya makai. Turoria 60 cubes. Ikia wokwa. Ikariaswa 2020. It's a lot of money. Ika employ watchman. Ika employ secretary. Ika employ a collective. So together, to ani as a county. And the same time, together to employ as Igembe Central. So no, I'm not saying so. But as for now, kwa kintu kila mtu abati kuolelia kikember, for example, anaiba kuthoma. Menye watu era funding model no retrimo atrima mono mwa wetu ngirima na thatu na atichiona berene mwana na ita skuru ukona bia kure 17,000 every time. So iromba ya kona kuwa atire kwa kintu kila muntu kinya muchiari ai muchie olela cia mbere ya kuthithia kila kinene akathithia gikumisa muntu mukone ne iromba ya kwa nkuromba kiri thikari yetu nero atire bottom up model ira twambiriretie ira twaringa campaign no ntu indare kiongozi youth for Ruto ndene ya Meru ndare spokesman wa youth for Ruto ndene ya Mount Kenya East no gwata bwana Martin na onwo wari mutongori okwa, but I am not proud nkiwa atire Kenya ndite boya reasons na taombombera ukama tanto state house beta batumira 80 million kana 100 million ore skuru muite na cioro. How can you tell me that? Now you are very proud of that.
Okay, bitawa glado dula duari otombirite kabearea is my boss. My reasoning no yomba. But I'll try to be as honest and possible to come make up na kabe twatura. So okay. Kabe tulizunguka sana na watu wengi. Meru onde tukenda ya manifesto ya Kenya Kwanza. Na the catch point was asla pesa mfukoni. Asla pesa mfukoni. Lakini honestly utembecha kabe anto batina mbecha mibukone, people are struggling. Another thing which was in the manifesto was universal health care. Another main one which caught my eye ni affordable housing. Lakini we yake interview on there bibi that main nothing is working kabe. For example, our friend Awara Sha initially, probably the president meant well. Lakini along the way, to na inyate na irachiareke NHIF, irachiarekesha na inyachiawaz, because people are struggling with these issues, and I can tell you zile michango. I think utemtoatea ke groups over 10 na chionde child. How is Sha working? And another thing ni hiyo issue ya affordable, I mean pesa mfukoni. Hiyo ya Asla Nation. You know, President tuenderie we a lot of hope. Mwankara andin Korea. Are you sure any manifesto to a campaign renio ama it was exchanged along the way? To be honest, Ruto at 3 it meet my expectations. Those are the misses, but we can't also tutomba ko fail kuwa maybe in agriculture nereti kidogo, because prices cha fertilizer chietere down a bit from 7,000 to around 2,500. So yeah, I can say in the agricultural sector ateko divya so badly. Lakini in the iwinge idato he has really scored very lowly kabe and todikere nontui batu tuena ground anokuwa nokanto bakuwa to skis the ground. So listen to us. Me, I would prefer ora Korokian delegation ni kabe, you know, ito either hear the math kuliko Korea tuweka matana state house mara turiruduni mara tuiko. This money can do a lot. Beche ike yo pampo ara level 5. I campaigned for this president. Teka to mudhuire, but let him listen to us. unko feel like he's so focused kuchinda elections cha 2027 na yani na raulirwe ni agenda ira twamudhuririte, so wacha na hii siasa mingi. Opposition, let them do kaba itengueo as opposition. Okay. But for the government, honestly, betiri pampa wa in this ke shenanigans icha State House mara wapi kaba this money can do a lot na inkume ya nwara yana antoba directly eto obaire ibongra ude kuo. Thank you.
Edu, this is a whole new perspective. Yeah, you know, President, our focus on 2027, because kulingana gladoa non to delegations ile iko bwetheka mara kwa mara berewe ya Mheshimiwa Karenga. I don't know how would view this. Arimo wenzako ibarare State House teko megede nurari kwa some 10,000 of them ibarare State House, and she's faulting delegations iwiko bwetheka State House cha maita kwa maita. I don't know view kune kariata na generally mbereto ya ku discuss issues.
Bitawa Mwiri Karinga, former MC ya Bogeta East na ndi mwalimu. Mbere mambuge unitekela kabe ambuge mantu yakwa. Mbere the biggest indicator ya development igintu kila mtu akuona na metho yawe. Tikira kiandiki mbukune. Undi from a layman perspective kandi mtu ondi guru kila mtu ateka kikiugwa ikithithitwe. Lakini utimbo mbira kintu ikithithwe mbukune na mbitikirie kireo. Yaki bakia ile president yokenya ndikanaga njire kuma Meru gwita Nairobi around over 200 kilometers. Yari na makutho ya mainge mono poto uzinge mono kibaki urathiri in the first maybe 1 or 2 years kadi kapetire njire uyonde. This is around almost 18 years ago. Ndataraga 18 years ago. Lifetime ya lamizie wi particularly around 15 years 10 years panka into ya kiu. Lakini ukejoteka dai njire wi dokimono kuma Meru gwita Nairobi, especially mpanka juzo kuina super highway yedo kimono. Lakini ontu idithwa ndio nambagita bagikaira maraka. Ndikuthwa ketha be na thirikari na advisors bakubera kinya be kireka thuka. Di president yari Meru. Okinyantu gwitagwa Ndarene. Ngari ewe ringirwe ipoto ya thuka maguru jairi. Yo thuka maguru jairi be yabathinga kuthokeu gikarakala ta iji kilomita kairi. Kwa indicate ya maendeleo tutikuona. No ntubatu tururia atiri kuma thirikari ji iuthira miaka 3 ni project iri ko competent ira tumba kuga iba achievete in Meru County tekwenda kuini Bungoma County ron 25 ndienda kwaria mantu yetu na atumite uti project trona iri complete kuma thirikari ji ego take over amantu jama maingi tukunenkero promises okero wakiro thoko ya 800 million. We are not even sure igakwa. Number 2, utubati ushuri atiri ile public participation ya thithirwe antu ba koromone na tumite bogi bakwenda thoko ya mbeshiu no ntukeja guteka 800 million shillings kuma kire uni no ntuni mbaka kindogo mbeshiu no shake a complete hospital, a complete level 4 or level 5 hospital 800 million no idiom thoko eran kuwa mbeshiu shomba waka koromone idoko mbwa ya ngoroba ho 10 eguru no 800 million is a lot of money. Do we require such iniga koromone market and baka koromone iborirwe maoni kenda mbio of quantities ija ita 800 million waka thoko jewe kwenda wakwam bojairi li antoba betre State House iberwe nyaboka gitoro babara cia 2 billion around that price mbeshi ukuringa na ura thomete no twindari chamuni wa budget ki county assembly ran thiru ya Meru ndiguteka budget ya Kenya this year ni around 4.2 trillion na 3.1 trillion ileta kile mantu ya current expenditure kule amarandu kule antu baba kuta mishemanio wita kugura shai kugura mandashi kugura ngatheti kugura ngari njero nambi ile tumira around 3.1 trillion mbeshile shuti kwa development ni 6 alafu counties baka take around 400 billion mbeshile kutikara share development ni around 696 billion. Ndienda tuirwa thirikari yetuonia with evidence bena 2 billion shakugita in this budget shawaka thoko ya koromone ile intubira bila bereri 800 million bena 2 billion kumaki that budget ya kuthia barabara ile around cia 2 billion ina 700 million cia kurira andu ria county rio tirira inare no tutharite mbecire ikwerukia jira wo ni almost 10 billion promises cia thirikari jene krete antu ba Meru tha iji ni around 10 billion na mbeca uki budget itio antu betu ba Meru ankwenda kubuira from a budget expert perspective president yatomba ku promise kintu kira kiti in the budget watu aka promise kintu kira kiti in budget au ga kwa area nonto ningatwira atiri na haraka itambesha cha kuthia mantu jau lakini the budget is not there. So Martin na my colleagues ura woni ko na thirikari so far in those 3 years in summary they have really underperformed na anki era wambarit mba 20% kulingana na oni.
Thank you Karenga. Katibu kumakire Oscar ni mudhoji wa mantu ya kisiasa na ni mutaalamu wa mantu ya kinyaniria, and then tuitakire Salesio Arana JR. We would want to understand Oscar, Karenga, Glado na Barioa
ndagero mwaka wa 1981 ande tuya kurigaria oni ndathomire na marandu
maybe the previous administration iria wewe ngwa managere ku detach kuma kio mwange karaje katira part of that old administration ya Uhuru i policy za chia subsidy na ara subsidy chigwekirwa Uhuru a subsidize the end product Ruto ezambe iria ku subsidize production na ikyo to me as one of us ya kuga kintu za fertilizer during that time kana generally nyatoka zukia
Ministry ya Agriculture, agriculture generally. Utiumba kurungama. Aza, however much you hate Ruto, utiumba kurungama aza, uga agriculture has gotten worse under William Ruto. Iwitithirwa kumwa justice. Number 2, kwena area sports. Na a lot of young people, ibombete kwithirwa baki benefit, kana wena a lot of interest in the area of sports. Na toko gweta stadium chia Talanta hela. There isn't participation. Kuna some of these things irachi gweta right. Kuna inge irachi contentious. Kintu kia mbere, tukia raia uma, the civic space in this country has shrunk kuma William Ruto akuiza wathanine. I think shrinking ya civic space yu niyo imwete thina iria ukuona in the last year kurari na demonstration inene sana tia Gen Z na abductions iria chithiritwo chirio nontu I think tupati kuthwa tuna freedom ya twanenkerwa maikezi zo tukunenkeria za thaizi kana you know our young people bara tuku expectivo baga take over ruzu ba express opinions tiao kutekethirwe are express opinion but at the back of their mind ibaguchuria what will happen to them. Tukichoka ke maybe dockets inge iria tumba kwithirwa to be very certain what is going on in terms of area governance na you know cabinet ya wekari mwankatha haina change tie cabinet 3 times. I am very sure na baraba ingia na anto enlightened okanenkanira maiki azokera anto ha thaiba kwere cabinet ya William Ruto iria iku office-ine thaizi anto aba inge bate kwera cabinet eu yonde, and it is for the simple fact that kutena you know stability na kukara guchinja guku kutikwithirwo inya kwena continuity iria mtu abati kwithirwo kethari ministry education anenkerwa ethirwe na time ya go follow through na programs irache in that particular ministry mwanka mwisho. Defense is up in the air na kwena a lot of issues irache omba kwa improved, but mwanka ratori it is I think the hope of everyone kinyoro karindhia za thai that kwekyo kiomba kubwa out of the Ruto administration yonto kiabwa it is for the betterment of the country.
Thank you. Na ukiomuria mantu ya kuchange you know ministers na ministries kwira wetero we president then on a light note wakili Brian, how was the president performed kile chapter 4 na chapter 6 ya katiba?
Mutegeri wonde wa Wero TV marito mbito Brian Murigi wonde wa akili ya Jamiro, and I take this opportunity kuga asante sana for this opportunity iro tuete ikenda tumba kuari ya kana ku look at the progress ya 3 years in Walin leadership. Let me also encourage you that these meetings should continue happening because as we tukikaribia elections, we need a lot of civil education, and because there is a lot of maneno ambao haieleweki, and even Kenyans have a lot to ask and have a lot to know. Let me say, when President Ruto aliingia in power, he came up with very many issues, and he came up with very many promises. Na the sentiments ya kila mtu hapa ni he overpromised. Let me say that in my own opinion, ali overpromised, and hakuwa anajua ama hakuwa ana expect that whatever troubles that he is in right now is out of what he promised. In my own opinion, venye aliingia, he came, the judges that were not sworn in, akawapatia hiyo nafasi ya they be sworn in because there was a valid court order. I guess one of the things that we can say is that Ruto has not openly haja defy court orders openly, but he's found a way to circumvent those issues. Like the previous regime, court order itasema rudisha Miguna, but they openly defy it. But for him, he's had other ways of circumventing those issues. So we've not had na hata ile wakati we've seen kama Masengeli akiitwa mpaka kotini, they've had a way of even coming to court and explaining or giving other reasons, but openly defiance of court orders has not been there. And let me say, the issue is, and also, if you look at hata maneno ya Article 37, the right to picket, Ruto has not defied orders na kusema that there will not be picketing. Chenye alifanya, they have made it so hard, or rather they've put in hurdles here and there, that the suppression of that right.
So what do you call how would you call it? You know, which is their constitutional right.
And that is why I'm saying that he's had ways of wacha niseme ni kudefy the court orders, but not so outright. If nikikuja niseme that hii maneno ya kuandamana, look at what is happening, I put in conditions for a right that has no condition under the constitution, then it means that in essence unataka suppress, but you want it to look so good before the eyes of the people. And my issue with this government has been, number one, there is a lot of lack of public participation, like something that has been mentioned. I will say that the government has imefanya vitu kadha wa kadha, but there are other things that it has terribly failed, like public participation. And very many people wataongea hapo watasema that like the issue of Ogakoromone, the issue of SHA, the issue of all the issues that zile tunapata sahi. It's because the government ama particular leaders think what is best for Kenyans, instead of coming to the Kenyans and asking them what you need in this particular area. Number two, kumekuwa na an issue of the government. You cannot say there is an executive right now. We think that the executive has already gone the legislature has gone to bed with the executive. There is no political independence. And even ukiangalia even some of the institutions right now, there is no independence. And let me give you an example. Building of markets is not a national it is not a national priority. You see, markets are devolved functions. Na sasa ukiona and some of these things ndo even the health. Actually, in my own thinking, you should not even have a cabinet secretary for health, because it is a devolved function. And ile kitu naweza sema ni, unless we make our counties work and the devolution work, ndio tutatoa hii shida mingi ati whether the deputy president comes from your region or the president comes from your region. Because if at the county level everything is working, why would they want to know who is at the top?
Thank you. And thank you very much for kutupeleka kile stage wetu wait the next Edu. Let's go to devolution. Mike.
All right. Ikarekanwa kile campaign chia presidents back in 2022 na atwere guidance atwera devolution hamea first priority wambesi tikarocherero chia devolution kutikethera kwina ndoa tetika devolution, I mean kana county government na national government together tuchethero clips you, but before that the Haito Kwari county ni kurira from July up to now some counties have not received money. Itrona kurare na andwa between the county assembly and the county governments and the national governments kiremantu ya university healthcare staff. County government bakiwa batap so bantu ba simply because batina mbesa. So because through na deputy speaker Mheshimiwa Hali dingenda atwera, because you have been there, you have been in leadership kiri 3 years tungura President William Ruto, how was national government fared kiri kunenkanira mbesa kiri thirikari cha county na urama ntwethirite ya haitana mbere? Let's hear from you, because baubwethira bwi recipient ba mbesa hii na ukirikana nyaku na sheria ya ire ni rabore autonomy ya kuthira bwina beta chunche corporate ya county assemblies.
Thank you. Bwana Mutembei mbere kanke ndiye muteri wa Weru TV na muthikiri wa Weru FM na muno mukariojia na mukaribu mberu arari. To start up, we support UDA kana Kenya Kwanza administration. We was elected on a Jubilee ticket. So ntethiro ndiye believer o Kenya Kwanza administration. Au nionka mberiria. But Waswahili usema mungala muwe na kium umpe. Tesa sawa. Kemanto ya tasus between the county and national government. Iya territory kuma devolution ya mberiria. Kinya itarea Uhuru Kenyatta. Ituona kuenda so many tasus between the COG and the national government. There are a lot of delays ke ko release fund mono ya ko fund the devolved function ke county government. Of late Drikari they have a model ntamenya why they choose kwa yanaambia in bait but ututumbo mitai directly ki national government kuina mtoto wa control of budget. County functions na kuendia bila bakwenda ki the control of budget nueka dispersed to counties. At times ne varies na o county shikumba kubodi their budget on time na timely. Kanare kuina maybe issues into supplementary budget, it varies, but idina idire tuereo atuwe ikadira in time. Maybe tuweta hope that the naikadira Kenya Kenya is still a developing country. Na challenges ilikuwa nyingi mno ntoba Quran. Kenya Quran the 47 county government, it's not easy. Challenge era tuinyo I think in kwa monkaruare is this, that tutabu without 47 county government. No, most of these county government have nothing. The model later to corporate from the US model, they are state in a capacity. Cannot to pick like the United Arab Emirates. The Emirates it to state to a stability and a stamina. So most of these counties ira to ina show what we have yomba ko generate revenue ki the counties apart from kuchange levies share businesses the Quran. So those are some of the challenges ira to ina show the moment you get to a county government ne batiri go ina its own ways e ko generate resources ira chomba ko govern as weight ki allocation chikuma kidirikari ne union challenge ira nene nan drafters union be around in and beef nan drafters baba the people drafted this model. Like now you come to Isiolo County, apart from Kwete Rambire kuna levies iba kuna, what else do they have? I county another issue mbakwe ina ile more of industrialized shena maybe to shena maybe like factories like union challenge the biggest we have na tukiendelea kudura tuina these challenges together to the regional ira to arena show the provinces issue with the devolved units onto ikidro ina capacity like tukiungania the eastern province the way it was kuna aspect ya mining that is in Ukambani. So those are the issues that we tomba go to ina show. So challenges will be there monko terio onto to tena stability as most of these counties like now to Kemeru County to Meru National Park it is under the national government. Meru is getting nothing. Not unless we industrialize these counties, about investors who can come up, industries, county in stability. Issue assemblies, on autonomy, it is good. Now, it will support. Now, we commend our senator, who is the deputy speaker of Senate. Near India, but since the time devolution started, no to challenges, era MCAs, Baba Ingebe the Rotawana in this country, and on Tongo MCA, you have just 3 rows. Where number 1 equal oversight, the other one equal legislate, and you represent the people. So, Rekuraya Umbere, Governor Nora sign in Birique assembly. So you can imagine over oversight. And governor, your salaries and allowances. So it was very hard. Like in the Icon autonomy, in the MCA, I'll sit down, I oversight in Tokira about my salary and allowances. Whether I tell you to the county to be funded directly from the national treasury. So basically,
thank you. JR, you know, kile katiba schedule 4 kwena ngwe 14 ila cia atholeri county governments ndathikira mheshimiwa I don't know if he is correct kuwa ati tutibati kwitho twina the 47 counties simply because you know either tutomba ku generate revenues to etera kuma kile national government, but these monies chuma kile counties where is not like kwenange chuma. But what if counties prioritize maybe kubwethia industries because it is their work kwethra bakibwethia, you know, like cooperatives, factories nini. Why don't governments invest? Because Dolela said the other day, JR corner dirikari nenengerete counties to a tune of 3.7 trillion. Beche ijire are visible. In bibiusi tureterete kana imechara kiturea, which is okay. Mechara kure wantu mechara. It's a thin line, but is devolution really working? Kanakia kumerwa nedirikari, because as he said, no, Mheshimiwa Karenga browire ningwe ya counties actually kuringa na schedule 4 kwithro yo kathoko, but we see now in national government yo kathoko 800 million here, 300 million there, 250 million there. So is devolution working in this government?
Ikwega mono Martin mbuga haranka mbiri kukethia antu betu bamero bere ba mugeni na ndureru kwera murungu boga no ntu yet another opportunity nye gutirimana hao angwana ne Ruto amba kwetha yobita hao angwana tumekutana na wao leo at least na Tamanya Glado ntuira mje Glado and many others kinyadara kiuria kira kanini kiukaigo kuroka oni ndenge urua ketha nombore mantu jegie miaka ere thatu ndenge ugamenya nkeja kuthonde mwarimu ampamba kuritana ndaritana nkathithia kigerio based on syllabus kana mantu jara nditanite nani nkauga ketha ndare muringi okura ini ndare mwarimu ini ndare muritwa mwarimu okwa ari Ruto ambira nkathithia na ndembwiri omumakira na miario yawe ndebwiri gwitugania ndeto ciakwa ire nkuona je kaichi atithithie kana ichi athithithie mbwiri gwitana miario we ombirire chiringi kenama wambo mitithia 165 rigo minika 125 utanpinikira kinyara yari 116.
Create a problem,
you create a problem and then solve it. That is my thinking. Aya ukauka ketheia maguta otwira mauta nkeberia kila kitu kira gikethra kirio yani mbeja ichi ya subsidy itekuwaka ngambi mauta dagaitia mwankasa ioni we opinion yakwa ndekero tionto marete ngima kairo na ndinde mwalimu ura ndaritani ambirire nkene kama mauta na ndewa ita subsidies mauta jambi witia mwankanga igana na magana jairi na 10 inyo ambinikira mwanka ite no tanchokeria 123 then utekona je content yani. So at the end of the day ngachoka ngachira no to narrative ere asla akambuge ketha for example jaba kuga mgala muwe na kiake mpe no mwenyani ke housing ngaugo unda ka kinyaira chiare university chiandiki ino ndo nyomba te kaigo chiaka chio to be honest lakini ketha na muchara jo ngiri 500 ngagitwa 2.5 to 150,000 per year na no yonko gito kaire kenda ngita sha another 150,000 per year magana thatu jagwita easily drare ya muchara jo ambe chinganona na ndi magana jathatu mwaka jagwita jare andingi mbo ijo drare aga jo rent no ndo kalinganira 15 mbuga 12,000 na 12,000 ira kuona every month kana ile kogito every month it's roughly around 25-30,000 no mako ijo drare aga rent na I have to figure out na aranga ita rent no ndo nande imibango era ndirare niwere na nonkure mbuga mortgage or something like that itawaka. So anyway, in my opinion dengi ni mujaji nae arenda ari nore ombirire kena nkurengera kura no ndo ndathogana ye it will improve, it will not get worse. Na really I'm going to be honest with myself. Devolution no unina boga kwa mbuga rira tukwenda kwa fair. No tukinya tukaambiria ki county like Meru tukauga tigania be na challenges chiao, igembe be na challenges chiao, imenti na challenges chiao, ona constituency utio na challenges chiao. But nande tukauga nande mutindo ijo agire bahati ija uratumba kuga Meru mbuga nerire bahati ya develop mbere isiolo. Nande the question here is tukauga nontu Meru I mean imenti iria developer earlier than mbuga tigania. Atwe tuidhoro tu na block yetu eura tukaitango gitietu turi mutindwa turirwe ni gembe na turirwe itigania. And it simply means uninkendia mwari kana ngure mwari tigania ageto kamata roje na mutongi na uni ndeji ndoji ndekire chianga na miundene ndato gwikaira kithoene janange mbona antu bagikira roje kithoene rumite kathita bate kuri ora wendera bwa kaiti nara kaita roje hindi uni no ndimbite kathita na ante na tap na ante na tangi ndathirania na ru gekira kithoene rugetika kithoene na ndiko kuwe ikomanisha resources yu ikathiurunka in a small place barana ndebo bange bakaga. So chief 47 uni opinion yakwa is not a bad idea. Kira uni ndogana gikia kito ati tekikyo it's very basic. Kenya as a country na Kenya gatumire kibakia succeed ngoru mbuga vision 2030. Twetatu etikana SDGs iria that gentleman akwara area. Twetatu akarande guru Africa ba akarande guru betekaniria aja niyo tukwenda kwithura turi by 2030. Meru niyo kana the devolved functions kana nya Kenya ito yani kibakia kuma uhuru eja na mibango yewe to deviate na nde kuma ki nukorika na uhuru agicho kaniria eja na agenda 4 year after the first term yewe miaka 5 twenyangia tutingene na 2030 for over 5 years. Aya Meru munyanwe wambiririe eja na Meru rising thithia document ya ugana involve very many people itithingatairwa no tugire Meru rising oreo nani akweja no eja na vision 2040 kawira arari na making Meru happy or something like that ntikomanya we and we are building together. The question here is kukeja kwithirwa tuomba kwithirwa twina an agenda as a nation and as a county together twin the tuija tere turenda kedrai twithirwa twi na roji twin the by 2040. So one cannot ndathurwa 2032 ndi governor nkethirwa nkimenya nkamba kuthiria story che roji timbe jana mantu jakwa daraja kangwiria kana jakagwiria antu bara bandingire ari I have a plan based kana nkathinga ta plan based na mibango era twinio twina mibango etantatu yoni nga choose ni ri kukiwi etantatu ndomba kuga nteta na on the 6 ngeta na mubango jumonka uga kwa ijo ruji na iruji ngatigira ro kugitate according to the plan era twitekaniri twetwinde kenda kwithira kwina continuity nontu ngithiria no uchioria tere kwina mbeja tutataira muno ichi darwa chigeta equalization fund atuge isiolo kunenkerwa equalization fund nontu itari na sukuru cha kungana by the time devolution yekeja kana batari na sibitari cha kungana na ndito akunenkera mbeja indi tutiugo ore okathithia nacio menye isi ndugana ya tugwiri ukunenkera mbeja tugite iji cha sibitari ugetoga ka sibitari kenda nandi twitwa tumenya tukungana na gisibitari twikunengera mwaka juju ungi tukathicha sukuru ugetoka aka sukuru tukamenya tukungana na gisukuru nandi kenda mjume miaka 20 tuketha tutio kunengera kairi equalization fund no between the two level ne imwe but without that kind of agreement kana without that kind of trajectory tukaturo kunengera equalization fund toga one man one shilling one vote ukarega nonto ugo taka irasi utaka sukuru na mbecha no tukugitatia no tukunengaira tukaga kajaura chisiolo chiga kona clans then at the end of the day antu bakarabatene irasi ukauga anga ino mads anga bara tutumbo bakira aka kirasi gikare narage gakara lakini rede tukeja kwithirwa alitoa bonekana bagwita kuthoma no bakagitata uga ite no sukuru ite dochie no so that is my thinking we have no plan mtu ejaga akeja na biwango wewe unge akeja na joawe that is my take.
Thank you. What JR is saying edu ni ate problem is not really the devolution. Problem is not really the 47 counties. Problem ni antobaraba dhuri utongeria counties hizi.
JR kulingana na opinion yewe it seems that every county ni bahati kuibangira yoyongwa because wa county ni thirena mathina yayo because utumba kwa county Isiolo na county Meru these are the same. The only thing that happened in the county kato and corruption ni yayo kumari counties tumeritana na tumereta kiri counties and that's why you see governors bamoda ai ibarekite kuengo no tubo tumeriboto kubwa mbesa na kwene nyabanki bara on trial so ndende kuibwa from mtonto ya Kim. Eric Nwithirite ukiangalia so much about utongeria na mno Kirima County. So beti chiguma kirithirikana ne ike ya kirithirikari cha county. But beti ile mocho mbako yisiredi yontutu for example mwaka yuko ingwa kwa tuka da mwaka ukiinga wa beti ile kuma kirithirikari ne chite kirithirikari cha county. But beti ile balance ya tirwe tutimone reflect krithe iyo budget ingine inakuja so kiro kinene mwananchi uchure na atiri katwaritire corruption kirithirikane tomireta maturene bia chito kwino nto ndora president yakiwa 150 million ichietre krisenate iranywa ndeka wa bese iche umre kri county you see akanya mate kumina chumre lakini akumina chumre so katwaritire corruption kana gumane kire national government tomireta kri counties imuntu kuona tangible development.
Okay, Iboga kanketi Amiru, thank you very much. Wero TV and Well FM no tukakone kanyakaka kuja kutegera mantu ziraja twegie na ima kambuke onbeta wake mad Eric kambuke true idea ya devolve unity ya kutatua thina ira tunacho no to mainya jonde jatora yegoro na ikware na opportunity ya only barabara ya line that particular time kirithirikari fulani ombe kuona witinambege lakini framers bakatibera twinayona eje ibonere muhimu no twina kuga mainya jeje maturene kenda tumba kugunika lakini thirikari ra nene ikibikite za deliberate that batikwenda kuduvu all the unit tukwareria mono na wakili akuga very well that president uratu na wenande na mekite promise gitarewe that aka ensure functions na resources yikudingatana the county but 3 years down the line we are still talking about the same thing. One, because still want to hold control inene kenda amba ko manipulate his own way joram good friend na kugaga purely succession politics kana ubango jo kukinyanira 2027 corruption niyo ithirito thina muno kitaka kanza ekurega mantu za kinyanira na imbije ikeja kwethera kwina goodwill iraiku that we need to fight corruption na kurigithia utumiri buthu kubwa mbecha taiji ketho thirikari because purely they are independent institutions iribati kuthithia barua appoint them the same person kana the same system ire kutuma matuzara mko kinyandika counties receive mbecha zeka muicho jokuthira the absorption rate ira tugaga igutumira mbecha iji okaremo kinyandira ketho paere tuko 30 na tuko 20 ku absorb this money itumbo kinyandira kimwananchi omba kugeneka ko thirikari re kethro yeku kana county re kethro yeku priority we kethro nandi ni recurrent na gutumika ara probably mbeche komba gutumika reme kuchoka. Oh, true, corruption has been a major problem. Ire ya karirejeka tutego kinyareke to miokona nande some of the governors already by continue. Na ikarajeka kigina kira kejaga kidoro gitegi kuchigunia lakini timu wananchi omba kugundika. As I gichokia uria thirikari umba kututethia. One, ikeja kwithirwa the independent bodies ira tunacho chie royo ya oversight. Today there is an issue ya ACC but in a prosecutor law. No the nature if National Assembly na barabati ya sheria hizi batiko enda jaja kinyanira onto already iba ijura batitaya. Na the nayo ira tunayo as currently ni atongire batu kuvara niki ira twatanire every elective positions in a fund yayo. There is no way a registrature aka oversight not already you still have a so-called patron that I'm a patron of CDF whereas ibobo karaja kabo opare in opportunity reko akethre neo oversight thirikari reneo na tena omba kuthore na mathina jawe to tumiri buthu kuba CDF buthu kuba fuel levy whereas na tumirite buthu we've seen cases na ndike thro file kwirio no tumba ku check the government kana go take excesses cha thirikari no tuno kira probably file kwirugurwa ko
kutukanguyo iweta ku represent akantu na maybe ku oversight na ku legislate
the framers bakati beto pure bari a registrature responsibility yawe ku oversight ku registrate na ku kitata na kutunga sheria ile chombo kwena kutetheria county or the county assembly mandate hiyo yongwa ikieto miokona ba clean it because one besira ba kuna barabarira ba thia bonde pure barabara each county neiri ikeja kwethira best resources zika kinyira county then we give the county assembly mandate kugamba barabara because barabara ichi on the chianda rikana there is also an issue of kera and kena those bodies the president akiugana kwenda ku clean these bodies chimaji. There was also a proposal by the former prime minister that this issue of CDF, this issue of fuel levy, it took a resource each on the county. We ensure now counties are working. Then around the bodies, ira to nacho, ire iguitangoge chikaya prosecutor, for example, ACC, and the issue of the DPP. ACC does a good job. DPP akanenkro baruga, akenda aendrea. Then you hear someone na withdraw a case, na story ni idhirire, na pesa ya wananchi ripotea, na hakuna mtu anasema ilinda wapi. So Kenyans have been known to bureaucracy na system irito because what Kenyans want, mumeru alienda tiri, ikeja kuthura mbesi cha kinyire miru. Na CEO wetu na ituji governor wetu. And then there are questions kuna issues of misappropriation iriaza. We batu kuthura that we ensure this story kuga tunatafuta tunapeana na pesa imepotea because if the president ora ugire at the abare na MPs ikatho naije mubungi oro na nkero mbesa karengere amiru ko nande twira baturi to divya the honestly because he's the only person who knows no wije na no batu twira kenda baraba irresponsibilities baitangugirere bati ko pure corruption has been a problem ikitu mioko na manto mengi ya tumbo kinyanya.
Okay, thank you. Wakili, let me involve you here. To digress tu kidogo on devolution. How legal or illegal is the CDF?
First of all, if we are going to trace the origin of CDF, I believe during Kibaki's tenure. while we cannot tutumba kuga it hasn't done maendeleo kana iteromba ku itombera kukinyira, we know that there are very many developments which can be attributed to the CDF. But however, the work of the legislature equal oversight the government. And when you have a fund, irawe ngo kuthithia bura ugutumira ikenda ita kuthithia development, then it beats that it means that we are not respecting the doctrine of separation of powers, because executive never to implement these issues. But nande you see ukethira kuna conflict, because and this is so clear that it has been used as a tool. It has been abused in essence. It has been abused because kinyoka tagera itogete antu ibauga, we have very many bursaries to education. The governor has the bursary, MCA na bursary, women rep na bursary, the president ko bursaries better robena chio, and largely the essence the CDF mostly nitumika kinyoke ke bursaries. Okay. So there was a proposal that we there is a proposal that we consolidate. So in essence and according to the law, the CDF is unconstitutional.
Thank you. Salesio, you know, corridor ne chia koti sana. So tell us, is this thing legal or illegal? Because the adhikere mutongeri wa kiama kia ODM, and he thinks that CDF itabati kwithirwa ina bunge kwina levels ijiri aketia tia governance Kenya, national government and the county governments na bani babati kwithirwa ina becha. What would you say?
Thank you Martin na momero ariale kuri kirege kithongi mbere ma declare conflict of interest. I'm one of the petitioners in the petitionary court. Ya kuga court declare NGCDF unconstitutional on these grounds. Number one, ukataka PFM Act they created obiti Auditor General na Control of Budget na ntubaba pa na mandate ya kulita quarterly reports on the expenditure ya government. Na key report yeje report ile itawe Control of Budget na ile itawe ne Auditor General chitha chie tools chia oversight kirimbunge. So you cannot expect an MP anankirwa mbeche to tumira at the constituency level ichoke thithwa audit ya kuonania ate tumirite mbeche iria bwega, then report ikwa kewe achi oversight. It's a contradiction and it is illegal. Not it's against the values chi Article 10 of our constitution, ni against the PFM Act, na ni against separation of powers ira wakili uga nuntu ugataka katiba ngugichia legislature pure ya 3 utinoba bati kuringithia a coin a shilling ngugichia legislation oversight na representation, not development. Ngugia development ni executive. So when bakuthithia sheria ira kumekave kenda bambiria gutumira mbecha, although they will put in their defense, baugetibongo batumaira mbecha iria ende itumairwa nyimbi ne a board, the NGCDF board bachoke bauge in a managers. But then again ni alikuwa bakweja bakaga their patrons. Still again they have a conflict of interest ki utilization ya mbecha ile nikito mtukuga. It is unconstitutional.
Asante. Kabere, I see this topic is really exciting you.
It is exciting me on two fronts. Wambere, I know this is very unpopular from where I sit, because I have also interest for Tigania West as a member of parliament. But I absolutely agree with Wakili, Nasalesio, na Kinyababa. We are creating levels of executives at every level of the political layer. We have turned MPs to be beggars of the CDF, and they forgot their functionalities at the parliament level. I am one of the strong advocates that actually CDF has to be reassigned. I am not saying it to be abolished. It should be reassigned to the right trajectory. Namely, the Antogabanya, the King Governor, indicate the inner levels, in just strata non to level. To Najuche executive in this country, there are only two: the presidential and the governor. To the Minotan MP as more CEO of our constituency, going to just CDF, now with our Iras, I taking Gairanto Beach ever Iras. It is more than chasing after the 170 million just CDF that they're receiving every year. And I think these are the issues we really have to agree. We need to take back ourselves into the right leadership of this country. And Martin, I'm saying this with all due respect and with personal interest, and also the interest of Chatiania West as a member of parliament. I would not want to be part of the CDF even as a member of parliament in this country, because it is very clear that actually we have forgotten the responsibility of members of parliament, na the members of parliament to small CEOs of the CDF ya kuingana na mbeche itena gitumi when they are supposed to be doing a serious oversight at the national level. County government ineka oversighted by the county assembly. Mwankano kona narrative na mbinya kwa county assembly, also the MCAs want a one fund. You also hear the senators want an oversight fund. Just because ibakona members of parliament by an better advantage given on to kuingana na tobecha kidogo, then people are getting small monies chakuya hukuma anto here and there. So this is something we are going to fight. I want to be one of the serious advocate of this. Let CDF be reassigned on a different level to the constituencies, but not at the level of the MPs.
I don't know kedroa wale wanafunzi ambao wako hapa mnaweza kuwa na a different view on CDF, because nyinyi ndio mara mingi mnapewa bursaries. Nukuba Kimero? Okay. Unasikia Kimero? Okay. Sawa, sorry. So sijui kama what did you say about the CDF? You know, as a beneficiary wa bursaries. Tafadhali anza na jina yako.
Okay, thank you. My name is Barbara, a student at Mary University. So my view on the CDF. So I happen to be doing the analysis of the NGCDF reports presented by the Auditor General. And one of the things that I've realized, out of the 290 constituencies, I found out that only like 15 constituencies have the unqualified opinions. The other ones are qualified and adverse. What are they doing about that? And when you look at them, some of the issues which are leading to those opinions, they are very common. We have stall projects. Talking of the bursaries, you found out that some constituencies, for you to give out the bursaries, the school have to have like, the constituency have to have like a committee whereby we will have the vetting of the students who receive the bursary. But from the reports, I realized that some of the constituencies, they don't form those committees. They give the bursaries to specific students, and it has happened to repeat itself, like, but there's nothing they are doing about it. And then the stall projects in schools, there's nothing they are doing about it. So for me, I think the way I concur with what he was saying, there's no need of MP, governor, and MCA having the bursary. They can just consolidate the bursary. So at least right now the higher education students, we are battling the new funding model system, whereby most of the students are dropping out of school. Why can't they consolidate the fund so that they give us affordable education? If at all they cannot give us free education, they can consolidate the fund, give us affordable education. They say that education is an equalizer. Why do we have now classes like you have to be in band 1, I'm in band 5, and we are in the same course, we are in the same class? It's not supposed to be that way.
Barbara, on that, kwa sababu tutakuja kuongelelea education and funding model, but any other student, right? Yeah, please.
Thank you. Kanjoki kanyaka ukete mumiru wende aromba kudrare nora otoilete idari na oroto dikirete ke wero FM. Komadito ninderetu harmless pabangi pambiti ya sultan kumanare kembe region. Kanjiri kuga Christianisha CDF. Number one, nkawangumba kwedronkiwa thirikari yedore tugetie kwedro those that have wataendelea ku have, for those that don't have wataendelea ku lose, and in fact most are losing. Only few heads, like the top people in the society, but they are representing us and they are gaining. Yes, of course. I definitely better narambere batito detera. Watasema kila kitu go sawa kwa ground. Kila kitu go sawa kwa ground aje. When the common mwananchi anateseka. The other day in the arena,
please go to the CDF issue. Can that issue because of time? Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me proceed. Kesho CDF inkenda kuate it is good. Na ipo tuina CDF being that nara hili rambu mete ke mujumbe Mheshimiwa John Paul. Majority of the developments what was earlier was funded in CDF. Na bursaries, of course. Na kwenye scholarship programs. Ile kwamba KRN ni Mheshimiwa. And definitely there must be turbulences here and there, which if dealt with accordingly, for instance, the issue of conflict of interest, and corruption, they have to be dealt with also accordingly. If it's unconstitutional, sir, I think that has to be reviewed accordingly, so that we can have something that is better off, and we can have maybe, if it's about roles, and maybe those are the functionality of various bodies or maybe levels of management in the society, it's good. Yet reviewed, nekenda tukomba kuidraw tuina thirikari ekomba korana accordingly na tumba kuidraw tuina witu bombere. Asante.
Edu ankwenda tuitakire yes. Ankwenda tuitakire issue ya health, Edward, because kiri president is so dear about chief na SHA, but Mheshimiwa Gen Z hapa as an issue.
Thank you, Martin and the panel. Kambuge Oni, I think when it comes to law, there are progressive, retrogressive in nature. So my opinion is this. Personally, the product, yeah, CDF. I remember when Dr. Kilemi Muiri, member of parliament for Tigania West, it is the bursaries, most of the kids, personally the beneficiary. Number two, mbuge atiri, tuendelea na trend non to ote piece of legislation in Kenya, iti challenge chiayo. Waigwa somebody akauma ete court, akiwa inya devolution disbanded, non to corruption, devolution disbanded, non to conflict of interest, either ke certain governors na members ba CCMs. So at the end of the day, spirited devolution Martin na ya umire. Rikana to umete in the dark days of Moism. Dira mo ya mwa to my good friend Dr. Isaac Kaberia Kubai. I am member of Parliament of Tigania West. Na utuweke atuwitaniria na the president of the day, kana head of state. Tigania West ika punished entirely miaka 5. President ate koro ya saidiu, utemura ndia koro thithia saidiu, no tebu akoro ndako mea manto yambi ya Tigania West. But CDF, National Government Constituency Development Fund ya yire spirit ya yire kenda mbibona Martin. Kenda kuthithia kintu kiwitwa equity. At least kuthire kuna some level of equity in sharing national cake watuweka all the constituencies regardless of stand ya member of parliament wenu ibo kuomba kuona mbi maendeleo. So koti, because I have listened many times issues cha CDF wiki yana illegalities ya CDF, there are two major issues irachi wati kwa addressed kenda kintu keke are constitutional. One of the issues that should be addressed, Martin, ne issue a public participation. Non-to court yewire atiri, most of these projects rirai kuthithwa na ika implemented in the constituencies. Kutithera kuna gintu kiwito public participation, antuba constituency bakarande ba priorities area flani ya this constituency, the lower part of, let's say, Tigania West and the upper part of Tigania West, or the middle part of this constituency, itoti nyuma na in terms of classes. So the iturenda class. Kana these other so issue a public participation.
Let me interrupt you kidogo, Mheshimiwa. Yes. So where is the separation of power?
There is also separation of that's where I was coming. There are two issues either court and itate. One of it is public participation. The second one is the issue of separation of powers. Now, bora oning kona anto atuidira tu retrogressive, because I'm telling you, Martin, trend ira to seti kuatiri muntu agaukira ruare no to both the same challenges aite au atundisbad gintu to devolution. So antoare on the as Kenyans we should find solutions more as opposed to on the kuwa kento in unconstitutional disband this do this. According to me kulingana na une atiri we have seen non to itukuona members of parliament bamoyo ntunara Nairobi Babu Owino Embakasi itukuona Ndindi Nyoro Kiharu na Bangi na inya John Paul nao etu bado itukuona result chiambi che CDF. So issues around CDF ira kote rizire ichujibati kuithira chioretwe tukuona how can we handle the issue of separation of powers. Number two, how do we handle the issue of public participation, but not doing away unte support to do away with kentoke to CDF, non to do away with CDF. Then tell me, how do we achieve equalizing at least all the 290 constituencies in Kenya?
Thank you.
Asante.
Now, Mheshimiwa Kirinya, you raise a very pertinent issue, but as you say, we're beneficiary. But I think times have changed. Now, there are in some two levels of governance, as Raila puts it. Now, these two levels of governance, so as Daktari has said, tutumba kwethra turena every elective post ye na kige na kiachu, but thank you. The gentleman here, Ukundi Mogera,
thank you.
Is aspiring. What would you say about CDF?
Thank you, Martin. Goke rianjara mono kwego ato imasupul.
Please don't start.
But thank you. Unibeta wake kundi Mogera kuma Tigania West constituency. Narato ko aspire kwa MP na Kaberia.
Oh.
Unibira mbeta kuwa CDF ibati okete education na security. The county government does not have that provision. So if CDF ibati okete education na security, what's the problem na fund either a constituency in EU ite under MP for equalization? One. Two, that each on that kwaria number achache located ward, county, constituency is not even the issue. Is the band mannerism sirato in neotore atongoria na raia. Because tell me, kinyato achenje to karitato wa ikia na te wa itoa wori in change embe chote ote inflate price ya barabara. uwa wikira barabara ni arori mana 5 chamaram wandika mana 5 ekirita mana ili.
The issue here
so
is
the issue
Bwana Mogera,
yeah,
ne separation of power.
That-
So
that-
how
that-
are
that's-
you?
that's-
How are you now as the MP oversighting?
That's what I'm-
yourself? As the lady said, orawire ntukumegete no karoro kinya. Awire, she said that kwa constituencies. They only found 17 with unqualified report.
Yes.
Unqualified report.
Yeah.
And it happens that MPs no bo bakuretera report ya Auditor General. Auditor General who is supposed to check on the use of the CDF money and then abaretere ingi akuretere we otumire becha boboi.
Ibonto kwaya na provision nkauatire. Bechira menye iche kwando level ya constituency.
Yes.
Kinya to achenche sheria to achirita kiri MP ayo legislature nambi tutikuwa authority tigania west etika assess bechira.
Yes.
They can go and any other care.
Yes.
Kinyike ya county chichi education directly kana na security.
That's the point.
So what we are saying, the problem we're to in bad mannerisms. Inyambecha ikalocate kom we na bad manners we gichunge we munene ombecha. Barabara ete akwa. Now the essence to our public participation so that we have value for money. Kwe aspect the public participation to lawane yo toka uatore anda kirasi ya na mbecha yana. No, that's just kirasi. Patito era atore aga kirasi kena milioni yele kana 1.8 iboto waita iboto akau. So public integrity issues ke management ya public resources is where the rain is beating us. For example, how will money be enough to keep with the empowerment? That money that should be added in CDF kana counties. Benevolence kana generosity ya siasa re musiasa akwira na achora na area 3 million. Kare achora every weekend. So we need to be serious about our country. Na ko enu ko ari na chukuru itara kibaki ata ya ntore ne kurura chukuru. Nara ikundi bia ya wambecha bila bechira chene karo groups those times na kurura banks na economy yebua kibaki ata ari ntore. So what we require ne atongori ba karande.
Okay, thank you, Martin and Edward and the members of the panel. Am I answering the same question?
Yes, please.
Okay, on the issue of CDF, I strongly believe that CDF is illegal, but at the same time, abolishing CDF, it is backward a solution. No support what my colleague has said. CDF.
Why would we not abolish something that is illegal?
What we need to do maybe is legalize it, but to change the structure or management for the sole reason that K290 constituencies CG wamba ku realize we constituencies imwe chembere in terms of development. For example, tutegererea Kenya ero shiadi kuma 1963 ugatega inyaja na area the white man settled. No realize those counties, especially where the white settlers were, kwena more development like in schools, infrastructure, in our railways, chakuro kerere na mantuja mainge, no nonto buga, it will not be fair kuga ye abolished, na still mantuja equalization fund, nonto either a fund ekugere ku equalize area Syria, cheni na disadvantage either geographically, kanambuga nonto bakwedure chitigi nyuma ke development. Okay.
Yeah, he's asking, why do we have so much going on, empowerment?
Okay, nkauka kaire still, tuena thina na issues cha integrity, na still thina tiki ya tongeria, thina iriambiria kia mwananchi na still kira ya tongeria.
Well, I think the nera nene tuenyo, Beatrice, you will agree with me. Ni utumiri bobo eba ambecha chedrikari because where would anyone get money cheko diolonka and everywhere, every weekend or every other day, cannot wait State House. But anyway, we need really
what
to
I
move.
can say about that.
Yes.
As long as
This looks very hot, right?
there's something in the Kenya Kwanza manifesto.
Okay.
Mono will support the mama mboga economy. Yes. As long as kuna structure in place. Ugateka empowerment ure kodidwa edidwa na structured way. Nontoga teka edidwa through CBOs, through SACCOs. Kwa ni ure kodil mono na structures siande. Kirambu wakibwerigu improve iko make sure kuna accountability. Besha yuchi ejare ichigo tumirwa ibwerigu tumirwa kana ichigo tonya in other areas.
Thank you. Katuamberia Phineas, kindly, please. Yes.
That was so brief. Na teo mpasa kiende 20.
Kawe yochereri dhaisi adhira.
Okay. Buga nombari mpongere kauntu kidogo.
Please.
Uran kuona in terms of integrity. Kinyatu kadhura gikunda na arua, by the way I really support him. Mbona mtu very focused and he looks very patriotic. The question is, when he sits there, does he remain that way? That's the other challenge. Kiranka ugami, let me give you my thinking on what this government needs to do. Eco standardized issues. For example, ramiere kodidwa kakoromone. Nebweri kodwa no yoramie kodidwa western. Na iko bweri kodwa kwena standard rate 1 kilometer cost of per kilometer in the private sector. Otiomba kugura wheelbarrow na arua shiringi ngiri 5 na county enge gura ngiri 20. There needs to be intentional ways of standardization of procurement services and goods in the counties na across the country. And if the government is intentional, if the people who are in government are also patriotic, na kwedro kwena KPIs ira mbuga chi short lived. Ukataka in the public service KPIs is signa wow yearly. You could maybe a weekly tracker, a monthly tracker of performance. To an ambassador, they are spending billions of money. What are they bringing back in those positions?
Thank you. And maybe maybe we should go to
standardization.
To that thing, 1 man, 1 shilling, 1 vote.
Maybe uniform across the board.
Thank you.
Yeah, in terms of pricing.
Issue on CDF still?
Yes, please. Kienda ndo hadi atuende Kirimanto ya health.
Okay, Marita yakwa mbeta wa Jackson Kirimi. I appreciate the Weru TV and the panel that we have on the issues of the CDF. If it is unconstitutional, should remain unconstitutional. Most of the times, omba kwithira bamwe bakiromba ambassadors ukadhana ni ngiriele kendo dhano ngiri 5 it has seen it happening kana ukadhana ni ngiri 3 kenda wa ngiri 10. So what should be done is as my brother Mugera said is that the discipline should be there. But to begin with the note that as Martin said it's about the 3 years in Kenya Kwanza government. We are not going on the right projection. The Kenya Kwanza government started with doing a lot of expectations in it. Thirikari ya kanisa, thirikari ya kuthia takatiba, na thirikari ina omuntu ndene ona ontu ni mukristo na baukirite Biblia. But few years down the line, a lot of Gen Zs have been killed. A lot of Gen Zs don't have jobs. A lot of extrajudicial killings. Now most of the investors bombite kudhama the Kenya pakaita to other countries because of high tariffs. And through those high tariffs, nitumite badheama kwa tuika there is job employment creations ikeda nikonia. Nonto investors better iba oba atuandika. Basically, that's one of the things that's happening in Kenya. Another thing is that tona etoku economy ni okura. But economy ekura itubatirie kwethe ikireflect to the common mwananchi. Kwethre imotu, I remember there was sometimes it used to be sold 2 kgs at 120 shillings. Today is 208 shillings. So can we say that are we going on the right trajectory?
Thank you.
So basically, tutititebwega as the Kenya Kwanza government.
Asante. Wiki.
Thank you so much. Betagwa Wycliffe Muthomi, the chairman of Sani Meru. Mbere makethwa gintu ya unconstitutional. Ore tukuga egitarira CDF eja thithagua kwe gintu kire addressa na after constitution eje njero kweza kwe change the mantu jau Thaizi mbije constituencies imwe na ra CDF ere weaponized. Okethwa babu potringa ira nturia uteona. Na ituize kwe constituency imwe inyantu bakuthithia masters na CDF. Na ituize kwe antu bamunyachore bako mbije ba CDF more than one constituency. Non tuitina we ekuga ate ugono yoro no thimenti utewa sa thimenti. So ninde thugania ora wakili ogere if it is unconstitutional nite. Imana za etu nenkera za gikunda mugira MP ku mbecha achokio shukuru no ira tutichukie mbecha tunenkanira shukuru antu bathome ore mubonde otheri. So I think that is wrong. Gintu kinginja msania mbugire ka non tuntumire kuga art batutu tumerwe monoku na itutu tumerwe monoki as musicians and creatives to push agenda na jarugonoroto na
very consistent.
Yes, very consistently. Na ibatu actually tukanyoga kanene muno nkurukiere mwe media non tu inyare yabote na campaign ne rumbo roturo kuinwa na rukauga thura na ni tigana na ni but rugonoroto rukaliza kirima rimo na mwari toinire mwari umuthongi ende tukiumara mekira tutwatigirwa ke twathingata twethere kirima rimo non to why am I saying this? I'm not being very tough. Tuonere egitare onde twamoka matrenya wirubaro na ara Karen tukina. But in reality, pombo morenkira 20% ka 30% non tuboto hope. Lakini agete Taira Perry Studios ataturiri mbito kwenda. Batu jara tukwenda gita taxi jora Tanzania daro gitreta creatives taxes kenda ketho kamera jezi umurika dha hizi migura cheap dha kenda kamera jezi ya $500,000 kenda dhidi cinema. Dha South Africa kuna cinema itawa Ilembe ni about Shaka Zulu. Yumbete kuandika antu 71,000 directly and indirectly. Ngugi izi chumba kwa created by creating the creative industry ikedho ni guabsorbantu. Ndari na creatives ba Africa in a conference ure atware professor mokuma Nigeria atwira atiri in Nigeria the creative industry is the second biggest employer after government. And imagine government edire kuandika madaktari na arimo na ndi creative industry kuandikana. But Kenya we are not there. Even in Meru inaende tukugeria kuthitha something kenda ukareka zeka kuthitha. It is possible to address issues ya Gen Z with a street in. It is possible to address issue and unemployment. But if we intend to solve issues, to render kwa Singapore, na idea zira Singapore there 50, 30, 40 years ago. Whereas the world it progressively mantuja AI. Ito kori education it na rojo, ito kori mantu ngugi chonde to kuareria na to kuge to kudidere rojo kiedro ireo. We should be progressive in our thinking. Tutibwiro chokanara nyuma. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Asante.
Abaredia mantuja
National CDF.
Constitution
Nigerian kwe please.
Ondire anda kugoju na ntuga ngikira na ndenda kwari na
What am I?
Kuga MP utirio kugetora twendete buru non tukinya president wango corrupt ria kwenda kurukirwa motion eta kabanekera mbecha ba mukurukiria motion ko ukinyarira gutwira antu bai corrupt either kabaregana no mantu jara arendete maybe jarega kwitora uria kwenda ojairi atwarioma antu bara ibaitete ngugi na mbecha ukume gitara kibaki ku skuru chiari na irasi biantaka na bugete ibona skuru ichi akibwega ira kiritio au mugira kuga display netio mbecha iria na ikeja kwithwa chibangiri na njira njega antu bara kana mbecha igaita ngugi na tone ngugi echo boja iri kana finally ankwenda kwariria mantu ya empowerment especially age kidiki. I think you will allow me undi umo bara bonete empowerment you but itombire gutethia nontu ukeja kwithwa a group of people negwetwa igeta mtu kwa tuka chiringi 15 kana 20 ya kona will it buy and bread kana iperemende ka agurira mwana nande ikyo tukuga tukauga ugwa we wingugi
owe nontu nuko beneficial wanere mbechi yana
unimbuga ndona chiringi
50
shillings na atwarioma tutina thina turiuga kindike mwana wetu na twamu support but itubati gwithwa twikaranthi tukamwira ora tubati kuthithia empowerment you na kiria tukwenda na empowerment you na tatu kura thirikari we really support the government of the day no tunyoe na gintu kia kuejana hidi mechanism ni thithwe njega ja empowerment na ndaromba thoko yetu twetirwe marietwa na tutomba gwita no na twaragia itutige kuthura watugita wa political broker. I'm not a political broker. Kambaragia umauni na nkuromba nkiuga oju thoko yetu no tuina votes nkurukia ngiri 3 kana 4 kana 5 inyayo ni itwe na erendi kwaja na kura chiayo uri endie sera chiawe no tuja siasa na turi nyatho tutakinya 2027 na itwaejanire kigerio kana itwaejanire ngugi thai batu tutiaragia 2027 bukamaka kuringana na oro thithite kigerio wega.
Asante.
Okay.
Okay, 50 shillings.
Okay. Wambere mbita wa ndani kuma Githongo na ibwega gichunge no ntubo kwithwa ndia ire akore mbere ndene gichungi siasa live na ibwega buinde bare bakinyire bombiga gwa na re thimone ndaringa thimura boya. Thank you gichunge. Okay. Wambere kimantu ja CDF oni ngo support CDF idroiri ine nkairo muchumbe gichunge no ntubo gintu kimwe ugetakie president kwina kona cia Meru kana kwina tuchigo tumoto Meru atemenya na gichunge ugori mukuronja na mwekuronja muntu uri umenya thine njera muno ni uri ugutinda njera we mukuru utinda guchwa lakini uri ugutinda njera no umenya imbi mwana uri akugita akwenda so president ya rinare Nairobi atumbo menya njire kwa ya mbwenjeru ni thuki tonga mujumbi okwete agite atia amwire na mono no rirwe noe inde kagita karia kethirwa nenkeri mbesa patu tuketha tuije mono kando na kutho tugetia president urio akuo gwiti mujumbe na mujumbe akathithia thinaki ni achumbe bare pamoba bare pati kwenda gwita maendeleo kagita karia banengirwo CDF area bonge bomwe kimanto jaje empowerment nacho itutige kuthukia muno na itutige kuthukia muno na inkwira mumiru na mtu nyore ogwita no ko ore otigwita itutige kuthukia kio akire thai kire area ikithongi na itukuona kithongi lakini kwa mtu ukeje ugigitithongi no kuona kwa mtu ukera weru boibo bwega akwira ote weru buri mundu joreo gichunge ingwite kiote muntu mba gwita kwewe empowerment ayo chiringi 50 gutoe indi ukethira ukae wa chiringi 50 ri nikio etera ukethira ukae wa chiringi 50 ri indi nikio kuga ntu ba thokobete bagire 50 for what ikio kuga atiri oni ndio mo bara ba ku benefit na empowerment na indari no na ingwita na inkwewa utukwewa 50 nukuona
wewe wonere yana
daira twetri tuonere nkurukie ngiri 10 ngarama
wewe
oni na bara ba gwita na bogichunge
ina yo yari empowerment ina yari
bwampere empowerment yerereo
uonere ngiri 10 na yari
kaire 100
na
aja irere areti president bakwatanirite akaire 100 na irari ya checks bamwe baraeja ombe checks bangi baraeja matangi na bangi baraeja wa car washes na usueva thire nayo wa car washira gichunge ndeta yo mashinani ndatinda ntuko kuthambia mwicho mweri utiro mpumba kuresera less than 10,000 na po mwisho gichunge thirikari William Ruto teke thuki ni kwi antu bakumithukia ojo ndakwira kuwa uga ijo imundu na bwi weru ni personally mpumba kuri thirikari William Samoei Ruto at least 95%. Why? Because thirikari William Samoei Ruto kethiritie igita rira rithuki kana ria thirikari yari igitene riri indi thai nanenkerwa antu babai thai araitere bagachagua thai araitere bamithika thai araitere kateo sicho ndi araitere no kuona right now Meru county kama Mount Kenya region itukuona ramie tukuona Tharaka Nithi right
enda tuitakire topic ingi Edward please kwendo tuikia mantu ya health but ringiera you know tathoma chapter 8 ya katiba as much as tukware mantu ya yothe and knowingly very well bura CDF yumba kwethirwete maturene but the law is law katiba ibadu to amekilukire na ito amekilukirie na wirubu nene sana and there is nowhere kile chapter 8 my learned friend Brian Akaibwa knows very well that there is nowhere a bunge kana legislature ya ingwe ya woka kirasi ya woka barabara ya woka kambi.
Okay, anke dia mumiru ura wiki weru TV na weru FM na mbugibwe kama tinondo bwa kutwale kake kawiki. One thing that leadership in Africa is shaped is decisions ya kuichonde chilida wa kisiasa. It has to be politicized. Such that inya CDF hizi ketumiete komba kweberua. It is the political party. Ile MP na kwenda kuja kurugura kirasi kira reda kurugura kenda nuntuba votes. And I think 2023 President akuga MP ora omba kolusi gete ikia mono na wena CDF. So it is politicized. Na inya everything else ile kuendelea. Inya promises ya Ruto chongwa nekanire. Politics chiko play the biggest role in this decision making, and that's where the problem is.
Thank you.
And in the problem we are politicizing now, what is supposed to be run through law or through a certain policy or through a certain system, it is jeopardized not by the politics interest. Now, when it comes to we want to gain a political mileage, nothing can stop them. That they overlook the law. Na inya kwa kinyara na ndio kwethero kwa ina inya court order. No to pop my political interest. Eka overrun by it. And even when it comes to the decisions that I'm making as a politician and a leader, it is the political part of me that carries the day more than the leader that I am.
Fair enough. Katibe kumakere the elected leaders now, what they feel because clearly Mheshimiwa DS, the CDF thing.
We Martin, nenda kwa echo sentiment ya Mheshimiwa Kirenya. That tutebui kuwa CDF is that bad in entirety. Tubatiri maybe kuyana laws on how to better it. Non tubatiri kwa mbele the genesis, why did it start in the first place? Na issue ile the main thing wakati ule wa Moi kwa areas but on anything. In fact baba ari critique badrikari iri ushari mostly marginalized. Na an intention ya CDF was to ensure there is equity, there is fairness, na kuoroa character. Elected leaders, kwa cronies, were the people in power back then. Okay, akulwelia areas itu metadai kwen aspect ila tukona CDF nebwezi tikintu fulani. Tutemea kwa netho kia such. Maybe tubatiri kwa na legislations on how tumbo mebeta. No ntoda hii the person who control CDF ni MPs. Maybe a way, maybe policies, maybe bettering it, maybe constituencies aloeke ya now pomba kwethwa wena a team that cannot control it. PRO still no until the moment you're elected and you're there to do something. So into a new many.
How about BHG Mheshimiwa Caleb in Kanero to directly to the county governments? Chidre under the governor. Governor's bongelo kigena. Is that 2.5? Is it 2.5 of the budget, right?
Yes.
2.5% of the budget.
Of the budget.
Yes.
I think the conversation and discussion behind CDF it's a very igintu gikega ku discuss. But before to me discuss otherwise the county remain the national and the MP itobati kuria are there benefits kana kui constituency siko thithia bwaga mono with the CDF, because nkejotegera there are some very good successes just CDF Gichunge ugeta Kindi Dinyoro, we speak about him every other day, Babu Wino itukwariria. So the question is, CDF, is it those who are implementing it but they implement urabangi ba implement kadi na CDF ko unkejo kwera the not CDF, maybe they na ni some of the policies so my colleague go icho to bati ko better non to just the other day the law I think the law na my brother Kirinya na ugire auga sheria na rekodo kira maybe public participation, maybe we have not anchored the CDF on mostly public participation na nare bati kwethoreri ko gichunge uniki uninkorwa buga CDF itibati ko abolished kato bati ko me better like every other korigo koroga. The second thing gichunge I've been around and I'm happy that I'm part of the system irai barabe elected. The other day being chairman of finance Meru County turare challenge nene mono ko equalize mbecha chetu into the 45 ones. Mwanka tueja na DS aga test to this one tueja na gitoto gwita itemized budget. I think what we should also be thinking, should we itemize the national budget kenda idrua itemized across the constituencies. No, to maybe if at all we do the same, it won't happen that way within the counties neka work. Koki undo go alafu gichunge gwigintu kya gwetwa gitibati gwita ntiariritie mantuje empowerment iri kuendelea na thirikari, because I'm a beneficiary na ntenda bumaja nkiuga gintu kira gitibwina mbonete kibwike uni. The other day we were able with that wa 2 million for example tia bonda. The biggest question iraka irimpomba koria antoba mero ka karibara beacha, was it important for those people to be given a 2 million? It was important. Kira kiyo natatu kadhidi mbechira 2 million ira twerwe. Kubaba geta bagane, kubaba geta identify a bigger project iraba kudhidi as a community. Natuko keja kwithirwa chama no ko thoko bane nkerwe milioni moka milioni 5 beta bagana antu ngirie 10. At the end of the day, you don't expect anything better out of that. Kintu kiraba bati kudhidya gintu beche ichi empowerment na nigo etwa. Adera datu to kwa milioni jire tora tuite tu bete bonda sector. It is important for us to think beyond kogana beche iria. What else are we doing? So me, I support the empowerment program. Na antidruan deo kome criticize 100%, but it is upon baraba erwe na dabaga tumirambeche.
Thank you. Mheshimiwa Karenga, as we conclude on this issue ya CDF, Mheshimiwa, as a former legislature, ito wete kwethra tuina CDF, where does it fall under the law? CDF which Constitution chapter 8 ne kwariria mandu ya mbunge. I have not seen anywhere ati mbunge
Nina kuga mheshimiwa Murukirinya na Kinyanku wa karibu akiuga. Some of them ni beneficiaries ba CDF zilimbasari. Utabati kuthori beneficiary wa CDF. Wabati kuthori beneficiary wa free education. Batu na twadhomaga nkurikana mbeshia kinyishi kwa sukuru and teachers baka identify. They need the cases themselves no tuba kukarana alitobara sukuru. Tueta ambassador chanenkana irwa form shikwa klasine. Mwalimu atakatite individual students nontuno kuthomithia class kiwa kamenya ura no we nindi muno na bakojuriria na ambeshu gatuma sukuru end teachers na teachers class teachers bakaga ambeshu kuringana na uria muritwe na thina sukuru emu. Number 2, culture ya begging. Culture begging na ndini yo yejire muno nontubwa through CDF na through these other bursaries things. Ukethira community barita kuerensha mujumbe bakimwiraga itututhidirie which should not be there. Ijo ukona ndi mtu akiumacha ageta Nairobi kuerenza president amugitira babara mbere mani nda kubwira atiri antuba Meru national government tio ibati kwithirwa counties tisho pa kutoba kirenja national government kira papa nenkira ambesha. Instead, the national government nuwe pa kutoba kirenja counties kina pari more taxes no to mbeshira national government bonaga batitaka kire kongi baita kire counties. Okay, for example, kuteka Meru County, which is very rich. Meru County through taxation yake MUTEMBEI ambuka kawe ndwand. Mbeshira tuonaga tutomera maguta, tutomera having 380 million liters shamaguta every year. 320 million liters. Okay, kutara na 80 shillings. Dirikari ine yonaga over 25 billion kuma Meru County yake through maguta. Mbeshira yake county ya Meru ni around 12 billion. Kuna ndi ibaba kutoba kimbega ambesha. Baba tuko bakimbega counties ni national government. Through mitwaki and other foodstuffs. Meru County inankera national government over 13 billion every year. Kukija kuona mbeshira Meru County banankera national government every year ni over 18 billion. Okay. MUTEMBEI. Kuna ndi ndira kuira ntube twatire. Barapa njeni ta mbesha mheshimiwa Mwendahari na wile counties batina uwezo wa kuona ambesha, lakini kinyambeshisho ndio shi national government. That money comes from the counties. Ikitu ndio kuna Meru KRA ben ofisi area neta pakudhiasho ofisi area ni mbeshe to pakujukia bahiki ya Nairobi. Baruke mbeshe to wiki ya Nairobi mbeshe batoneka just 14%. For example, in Meru, ya mbeshira pojaga ila shumaki majani, ila shumaki kawa, ila shumaki mira, ila shumaki mito yeto, ila shumaki ogoti boto. IT bango ya kim ba Meru County. Bagita ko over 5 billion. Ba national government na county government igeta kiri national government. Lakini instead bwana Kareb county national government tunankira equal amount of money. Beto kitira employment program. Patukitira employment program ira itikitiri public participation. Ira patu tuirambe shiwi na ikuma. Ukona mutane orea na chairman wa market akanenko shilingi 50. Shilingi 50 it is different. Na okore ira kawira akitaka antu akanenko bandi put. It is different. Na okore ira kawira akitaka akanenkira antu ngombe. In fact, Martin wangitiraka it's better kunenkirwa ngombe kawira nenkana ira through Korea ngo kunenkira mtu mandibut. That is very bad and that culture should stop.
Thank you.
Abutoketa na token kendoringirwa kura. That is corrupting people.
Asante.
So that they can vote for you. Na antu batie wika kwa Nairobi baka nenkirwa 10,000 shillings kinabaringira dirikari kura. That is corruption and that corruption should must stop in Kenya. Yunkugo.
Fair enough. Tuna kubwa kuma kire West Samson. I don't know kwethwa as PWDs barotongeretie, are you beneficiaries in any way by CDF in terms of bursaries? Do you feel like you put it wrong?
Thank you, Martin. Ibwega muthikiri wetu Weru FM ankutuku ibwega na ntugo opportunity ya inclusivity twina mheshimiwa Mwendoa and another colleague who represent persons with disability. Members of panel A, person with disability Meru around 8,000, which is less also according to the World Health Organization. Every population 10% is person with disability. That means if you are 1 million, we are 100,000. So this is a population which is not listened by anybody. Actually, we have not, the ratio here is small. But thank you for TV, not to inclusivity. Now, Kiaria mantu ya lemavu ndene Kenya ndene Meru. If you guys you are feeling the pain, and I can hear how you have cried, poleni. Person with disability is very vulnerable. We are talking of very big number. 3/4 of them most vulnerable in the society. Kambe ya keishu ya erodi kinyedeta kingelwa the SHA, and this is what is there in my heart. A person working in the health sector. I remember the time of Uhuru. He brought something very sweet to us, all the workers. Linda Mama. It was so dear. I work in theater. And I know when a mother coming for emergency cesarean session. And then there is a kit for that person. Akeya kaewa ndawa. Akaya with the operation. Akaewa some intensive. Akana wiretwe. I don't know why that one was just thrown away. Na itwari na itweri dirikari ya anto bara vulnerable ya person disability SHA ya inya bawi free. Actually when we reto kuregister SHA nukuona mulemavu akiri yua mweri kinya mananana. Inya despite wikira kandira ya eta sibitari utiweva. Now issue ya everything mulemavu in Kenya percent yoketha with 50 million, it is about 5 million. Although 2019 census but hatalero no ntobwa stigma. Na nyamiru twari 48,150 no ntobwa stigma but hatalero itukubaga atalaboya. Where nombondi Kinyamiru County is a deputy speaker, and now sorry you are almost my person, I'm visually impaired, you are now physically impaired. Ude allocation for the last 3 years for person with disability in Meru County. Kirinya, I think na ukareara iturara kienwe na nakwenda kwa MCA ndamwira baba weta noni uanitbewe iberekite 20 million last financial year. They just supplemented to their own way. For 3 years, nothing. So when you come in Kenya and in Meru particular, we are doing very badly. Katu yege CDF. Actually, there is no allocation for person with disability in CDF. Zero. No, to show security and education. So mbere ibarara sport baita. So they have never been positioned. When it came basari, imono mulema bure ku school by the way. Iba na by school. Go to a population like 10 West. Narandi na antoba iliba kwenda kwa MP. My colleague who I love very much, Mugira Kinyawe, utikyo kikudidi kaka mulemavu. Imbirio utebio. Na ketha kuibio ndenda bambira kaberibo ya nonto no irembe o the other day wa batedia muno they are praying for you. Mugira no yawa batikira. Go with that spirit. Nko bubangi bakadide something. It is bad. Utikyo kikuo kimbasari anabatiania baraba iskuru kids for top schools. Itu vepte children in a population of over several thousands. So utikyo.
Okay. Thank you. Asante sana. Edu, please take us to health.
Right, thank you Martin. Gonna CDF wake monkey mwingi sana. But now we switch gears to take the issue of health. I remember back then kiri campaigns President Negite Wirane Antobasisi health without paying anything. I don't know kidra obo mantuya chinchiri kana ata chinchiri because as we speak itukuwa na kuna institutions listed ida cheki rombesa through SHA na file chi na DCI na DPP nara, but now Mukenya na uchiuria NHF ni chinchiru no tunere na corruption to ya SHA the same song ne utukuina mwankadai na Salesio remember no more baraband for kiti to makire NHF no tunere na corruption to ya krisha, but before Salesio inkwenda tu na kina mama bara yao batraria. I want to start with them because family kuribo bedra baki ukiana wetabo sibitari ibo bedra baki amenyadhi ni nyingi chia ida chia muchika na uramante ukidra itna pere. So mam kambri na we Phineas atwire SHA irikuya tuikurita NHF ne atea akenya ne atea kina mama bedi tebetetheka kuya kosha
Ibwega betawa Beatrice Mwendwa, former nominated MCAs, Meru County Assembly, represent interested persons with disability. And organized presence here, my able MCA aja, Tawe Caleb, na mwire thank you. Mbere ma SHA kuma NHF kwetagesha nkari yake perspective ijere as a mother, nambari yake perspective persons with disability. Really kuma kia NHF kwetagesha as women na kurobe na tuana tunini etia mbuge ikwe na challenge. Kwe na challenge nontu ureta mbere ma registration ya gutonya gesha, it was an issue. We all agree to that. Tingo kedro all na I mean as in you have cash at hand. Tinga dhaiba ndironere bakiambia gutuma message at no iriwe na installment. Ekiamberia buru ya mbaya turi from how you are entering the details kuma your property, the land, kenda omba kwithirwa uka valued to how much. I guess everybody is at that. Oni personally ndekugeria gwikira bikirie to 1,200 shillings. Na kwe bangi ekaira to 300, 500, which was a bit of a challenge. Na nye kumira weta sibitari, it was an issue. Theory come, there was also so much technical issues. Na nye na nditha aite ka systems that are put into place. No automatic message, reanija ere, reanija dato. Some would pay na chika exhausted. Mbere nyam to atabua. Okay, Ranande, you'll wait until next year. Okay, the Ranande, still you are going back to the pocket. Na ombago kita for health. Number 2 on matters.
For how long after ore ambetasia maybe as a mother with a maternity kana any other care omba kodre utunga tura after kureakisha?
Okay, manto maternity, I'm not very sure of it. Lakini barabon de bombe te igweta maternity maybe for the first time iba kumba kurirwa inpatient. That is if you have paid the complete amount. Na no winya kwariki NHIF. Nonto inya gitaria ringi kwari na another policy Uhuru aretete elinda mama na niomba gutetheria the ladies who are barabomba gweta to the delivery room or to the maternity. On issues of persons with disability, it's an issue that is coming to us. Manto jasha, nonto as daktari uga iko arikwithro kwina waiver. Na no kuona nyabeta na area na waiver it is not, real systems have not been put into place. Nonto waiver burunya ne kurega. No kethira kwina so many challenges of persons with disability kwibobe na fit, kwinobe na conditions iriachi kwenda every now and then they need money. For example, to na autism, kanabange na epilepsy, they are always on medication throughout, in and out of admitted in hospital. Na uko na area once kanerega kurea parents bakethwa still iba kwethwa bagichoka mikone yao kweta kukita for anabao ka for the medical attention. So really, in as far as SHA is concerned, the government really need to pull up their socks, especially on matters health.
Thank you. We come here to another lady. At least you know what to experience. You could experience mantu ige shanda ni hospitali. Na if not, maybe you be talking achore. Is SHA really working? Because we're under President Buhari free health care.
Bwega, Marieto ambita wa Christine Kendi. Onde mwalimu na indi tanato na tu na mawade. So for me SHA it take work. It's better NHF nkurukie SHA. Jonto, I happened to have my mom urea to aderete SHA na agweta sibitali erononga irwa for a full year. So we want to pay for a full year kiendona services zile kwenda. Na ndo wategaja tuona tu Tuitanaga, the fate ya Asharibao, they are not able, 90% of them, they are not able. No kwa na mwana is hydrocephalus, na kwenda wito wa roje, maybe admit Kenyatta National Hospital. The mother cannot afford, and most of those parents, they are single parents. So kwa na mwana olea, atuotedeka. Na rete mbesa lakini, they cannot cater for that child. So no kwa na nande, Orea, Dr. Uga, and above, they are not catered for. Na 90% are shared about, they are also special in need, and they cannot afford. So ke oni, shaburie tu tedia, na teke bobonka inyake, babange, utereta mwaka junde, te kwetikia SHA ni kurungamira. Lazima ore mwaka junde, kendo rungamirisha. Thank you.
Edward, tuna clip ya President ya kiariria mantu ya SHA. I hope no tumione mbele, and then we continue. Yeah. Okay, tuendelea as
but a clip iwetrea Salesio, I remember sometimes back, is it last year no kurenya wetite wa hospitali imwe chiga ya mbesa kana sia facilitated through NHF na want to advocate so much NHF with the human to corruption. So SHA ni ile. Now tell us the difference between the two, because when we okay that sana kiri corridors of
koti nwete teknyakiri county assembly or petition. So what's the difference between the two?
Okay, thank you, Edward. Book a bit of genesis, ya shift ya SHA, ya NHF to SHA. It was in 2023. With an expose, we still and God heals. That was the genesis. Na igitarito ko the expose ni onto sibitari ache iaga anto itriti boaba kuia bakoga murungu nati gwori.
Yes, Celesio, please tuchadura clip ya president manto ya SHA alafu enele kindly. Volume.
Hii SHA kufikia sasa tumelipa 52 billion. Now by the time we get to 1 year, we will pay between 60 and 65 billion for the treatment of Kenyans. In other words, SHA is paying 3 times more than was ever paid by NHIF because we want to make sure that every Kenyan, not a few, every Kenyan becomes part of our concern and our program for health in the Republic of Kenya. Ni mnanielewa? So, hiyo mpango tumepanga vizuri kwa sababu mambo mawili ni ya muhimu kwa taifa letu. Masomo na matibabu. And those are 2 things I have committed myself that I must sort out. Ndio Kenya iweze kusonga mbele.
Celesio, unaelewa president?
Lasha.
President Aruatre, it is working nkulukia NHIF. Actually, Arua it is nekurea maita ya dato nkulukia NHIF. Sijui kama unamuelewa.
Carry out of experience. So, how do you genesis ya kuchange ya from NHF to SHA, but taka tuendete NHF echenjwa, tuendete mawatho jari establish ya NHF, loopholes ira chiario yumba kwa revealed kenda chieberua. But the government ya take advantage and to eberia loopholes ya change ya sheria NHF ya replaced ni SHA, of which ike replace ugataga NHF ni etikairagia outpatient na inpatient. Number 2, yes, President aliuga nekurea isha akuga nekurera mwajie 3 times nkoroki NHF. Currently that's not the case. Indra ina mwaje sibitare for 2 months na anto endera 280,000 irombero ndera ki 90,000. The rest I had to pay cash. I'm talking out of experience. So ite korea 3 times. Ntije kodoko already 3 times. Eunde aria personally out of experience. Number 2, ugateka kireo manto ja kwithirwa baraba kugito percentages iu tokuga ichi korea at least NHF ni eri uniform. Lakini waja kesha korea ja 5, korea ja 6 per month, korea 7, korea ngiri. So ore president augite akwaja na promise. Na actually augite akameneka from 500 to 300. If my memory serves me better.
Just to be fair,
yes.
On President Ruto, Nkurikana kimu interviewari deputy president, he was very categorical. Na awate it is no kotebua mtoro korewa muchara ya milioni mwe aya na example no wengwa awa kotebua woni nkira wa muchara ya milioni mwe na ndere ya manata ndatu ya korewa ya kuona ene mtu wa maybe wa muchara ngiri 20 or less. So he was very categorical on that antu batedra bakire ya NHIF, I mean the medical insurance cover the same bakarea kuringana na mapato yo. Was very categorical and clear on that.
You are very categorical but contradicting on to a member of parliament are recovered and health care recovered by Parliament Public Service Board. The same case with the MCAs. It's covered differently. Teomona ya mwananchi kawaida. You don't expect president edhroakeja health insurance yewe ya covered isha. It ya covered differently. Ogo geta go treatwa Kinoru dispensary wareta Britain areta South Africa. We are not equal.
Including Dr. here, right? What is not true?
Bwana Celestio, SHA iran kuitwa nera ukorea ile same, kutena different. SHA, the only trick about SHA in a component is that I think ara anto lost those component. Kun aspect ya the primary health care, you funding at the local levels, that's the level 2s. Then kun aspect you ya shift. That is the social health insurance fund. That's a different aspect. Na kuinara ya emergency and critical care. You see, only people but it is the same, but it has 3 components. The moment now people understand those components, people are talking from nothing. You need to understand the basis. Like we have a health facility, we cooperate under SHA. We are doing even in outpatient care. And now the primary health fund. Then we get inpatient, in a case shift. Then in a critical cases, people are being paid. I don't know why people are lying in broad daylight. Lakini ito the all aspect. So we they ito 15,000 under SHA, right? Kale by ito 15,000 as per the salary. It is all the same. Data and kaiwa benefit kaiwa kaya 500. That is the truth and that is reality. Ukwata. So uteo kuanga county assembly service board ne could provide something better than that. It is all the same. Biranko ito in fact ningo ita loss not only ito 15,000 as per my salary. So those are the basics people need to understand.
Can I say something kindly, just for 20 seconds? There's a big challenge with SHA. Naire amberian on tuwa communication. I took an individual initiative that meet community health promoters kwenda kuelewa what is this issue. Worigo chief kwera just register. Atio kwera register and pay maybe for a month kenda umba go access. SHA ore a confined obwiri kwamberia korea monthly but for all year lakini ukarea mweri jwa mbere you can still access. NHIF you have to pay for 3 months mbere wa mberia gutumira SHA. The other challenge to any SHA, I think Kenyans are also very tricky. We have 25 million Kenyans who've registered for SHA, but only 6 million have paid a shilling. This is an insurance. Ijoro insure gangari. Bukadro ibu insure teba moba terete, then this thing can collapse. The nenge SHA, I think system yao it was not. It had a capacity sana equando such a big magnitude na igen tobara streamline. Challenging when you meet a community health promoter, that is level 1. According to whatever classified the health centers. Oreta okari fund to level 2. Kenoru dispensary and others, which are still manual. And to drikare kweresa, you need to go to a level 3. So at a level 2, they don't work. But level 3, kanyakine, irio nyingi sana meadene ngenyambene they work outpatient, but there is a big challenge of communication. Issue frowned initially NHIF near in a lot of fraud cases ogatega during Uru's time we had over 5 CEOs dismissed. Njerego streamline SHA apart from Kuga Antobareta, even the health owners, the health center owners baga take advantage. Known to the county compliance officers no longer go to check who is admitted, who is not admitted. No, to scandal the other day. So government needs to ensure the the digital health, whatever, endere nanguge yao, but the compliance officers, bagetaga go confirm who is admitted, who is not admitted, checks and balances. Challenging it to inogesha, I think honestly, to abolish Linda Mama, that was not a good idea. We have so many, the GBV and Femicide Task Force, the teenage mothers are too many. Now, most of them, they are not even having IDs. It's a burden to the parents. When they are getting kids, most of them are 18. Na NHIF officers basha ibadivie sensitization bongwa for the public to have trust in this na baejane the right information. Otherwise, chief atakumenya exactly what needs to be told to who. Ekwera just register. Atokwera when you've an issue, go to a level 3. Level 5 Jameru Hospital, what they did equal just the main hospitals. Mbero eta mwaje Kenyatta okara 3 days. Yet, when a level 4 hospitals, Mbagadi and the rest, which can be able to work. In the implement Obwega, it is a very good idea and deal with so many people. In HIF, I think here are 5 million people, China 25 million Kenyans. Though many of them have not paid. Thank you.
Martin, yes, I wanted to pick from DS. Yes, I'm not repeating. What I want to say, that is the fact. Iturekana fictions, iturekana fallacies about angantwai bakona better services or something like that. Actually, what we must admit that the president is trying to do, despite all the challenges, is the question of equity. President Rakodivia is trying to say that because I have an advantage over formal sector, I actually need to help to subsidize. I have to subsidize. Kimuntora probably an advantage in 300 or 400 agaitwa. So from that point of departure, despite the ACAPs, because actually we have to agree, there are a bit of ACAPs, and one thing, to be very honest, Ndula, we have come from a little bit far from where the SHA is working now. It was very chaotic initially. But now, no, at least about Edwa, probably a few cases like Salesio, but they are celebrating. So we have to agree that we got into a serious overhaul from NHIF to this new system of SHA. And I'm sure with this kind of a deliberate trend of the president, it has to work. But also, because I think when you go and find people are really also misusing, they're also taking us back to that level. So I think we all of us have to gear towards this level. But if whatever idea of the SHA actualize will be in a very different dispensation of the health, because I think the 3 levels, those 3 levels and the people who are implementing Martin, want to tell you, we'll be talking a different story about SHA. But I wish we can be a little bit patient about this. But again, pull back. Let's keep pushing. The way we are saying that it's not working, I think that's how it is helping us to keep on improving the system.
Thank you. At least criticism, yes, which is very, very okay. But then do Berewendelia? Yeah, the bueno. And do Berewendelia? I would only want to ask Mheshimiwa DSR, Daktari, and Beatrice, where is all this information? When have you been told, for example, GR at the 3 levels? When have you been told, maybe at the, that information, they also pay, but we all know kwena cover, ya opia bado, kwena cover ya civil servants. So kabo itawachia civil servants, kaverabo ya civil servants, and then bukaito SHA. There's so much we are not being told. And as the president said some times back, I think he's still very lonely at the top there. Otherwise, tukona na Beatrice, kana Mheshimiwa DSR, kana Daktari, watuambie all these issues.
Martin Mutombo president and lonely because now we're in a very learned deputy president. So he is very busy. So so my friend Mike at least
de sore no tu kumanto mangi mno kwenda uchokia kiria to ambiriria lakini kambari ya
please Barrio take the least time you can.
Yeah, kambari ya sha no tu nario to kilo ni ita nukumea mama mboga na muntu wete de bigibiki nara mazinani we mwira mantu a levels ya galiara imbio mwira mantu a levels bira ichira isi na mopomezira mwira akari ya 300 na boibo ichi na tote korea kwena kiwango mwanya kia mari lakini endere babu buru baraba kwa redia mantu ya sha bakiwa mantu ya korea woni personally nderete more than one na kwa tweka we dia hukumia mbecha yu korea mieri ile ithatu ina ikarea listen dikerie ikarea korea mieri ile ithatu ina reasons owe wina limit ya ngiri thandatu na manata no bati korea na no bati korea cio. So when you tell us that sha is working ibo tukacia mtu wakwa.
Thank you.
So iromba ria kore ndaromba ni atiri thirikari ni coke to the drawing board emenya na imakosa sana kinya thirikari kuwa atiri ni kuria 3 times ikire ya utange ikire ya isili 200 million itikumenywa na yetete ikire ya just sibitari itikuendelea. So bila tukuelewa ni ati ika mbangi kanini kana box kanini kadhuranire tukakurea mbeca tucia wananchi wa kawaida. Thank you.
Okay, issue ya health coverage is in a story too tunapewa. Why? If government is deliberate to ensure that health system is working, if my sister akuga mono, the issue is those who are paying. But remember, government yote yenye employee na kurosha hapo kando kuna cover ingine. At the same money near taxpayers. If you really want to enhance health coverage, if you go to the developed countries, cover name whether you are an employee or you are doing something else. But because of tender businesses, insurance, and the same in government, but they end up abolish. Because purely, what do you tell me, Martin? Mheshimiwa akuga kola 15,000, but aside and a cover around 1 million or 2.5 million, nani itrikari Korea. Purely, ni kuduiki mwananchi that we are doing something, tutalipa. I think the pain part, Martin, I feel sometimes when HF was working, there was area by enhance our cover. Other than giving you a private cover to enhance NHF, I remember there was that time, they were enhancing the cover, at least because you are pulling resources together to the benefit of mwananchi uratu kugira. Ikeja kwethera ni kethera mheshimiwa kethera tona nyatiki andikwa that mheshimiwa MP na cover 10 million na thirikari remember thirikari kare ambeche to a private insurer. Lakini hii biashara if government is really deliberate to ensure health system is working, that we need to ensure to have one cover for Kedoni private, they can do, if I'm a private, biashara chako, I can choose. But if it's taxpayers' money, if I go to pool in emwe, kenda tumba kuona effectiveness ya system.
JR.
Ambali as a layman, a simple layman, nampambiri ara kwa saresio. If I have paid 500 shillings, na ichomberi roi system de chiringi magana jatano, I would not give a damn. Kedra mwiri go and level 7 kana you etal if you chukweja. I don't care. Honestly, I don't care. Oni mbije mbiru mwiri kweja 280 ngariro 280 non to new deriro. Story wingi cha tears they should not chituburi kwedwa chirio. Non to manya no mwiri kumbero ara wambira ara mwambiri magana 5 ndare magana 5 nkona nini na ndona magana jaire nkona gintu kirankedwa ngimenya ningwa ngaibangira kwenda kugita. The other thing is actually iko nyana court case ire ugire this story is unconstitutional. It's unconstitutional niki ito ugire ba tutu kwenda discrimination along uredwa ndi mwekuru kana ndi ntamurume kana indi nambuchara kana ntena juu to bwiri kuza twelevo imwe menya uni ndomba kwethwa kanchi andikite ndina biashara ciakwa na ini bita biashara ciakwa lakini nande no ntuwa mathabu jalingwa uni kero woka ari ngiri 20 ichonka kugita ki 2.5 kana 1.5 wire bwiri kugito unge akagitwa chiringi 500 mbira ki on a very simple note wati ndomba explain story nyinge cia gutethia uria uti uchiomba na uria uchiomba ntikurega ndomba kutha kuna njirere untetha yene mtungi lakini ri ni ata umbombira uni at the end of the day to level emwe na ugwe uni nkiriaga ngiri 20 na agokiriaga chiringi 500 na at the end of the day tubwiri kutha tukiona the same services na turi a Kenya twinde no jora tukuga kinyage story chiegie NGCDF tutibwiri kutha tukiathurana gwa turi a Kenya kethira uni ndinokea kana ure kari kaga kugaga katha ndinokea yani untangaza umbike anga cluster 1 ugekawiga kia mono ngakaeja chiringi 500 kaka ngogwa uwe na thinyi nkurukia tumongere tumwethie chiringi ngiri I mean ewi kugania Kenya nango kwera nzo cia kama as true to my words na ndikira bubwega ndiuga ati tukeja kwithira tugeta na trajectory uturi ya Kenya then daike mwisho tukaza twina ndoa ya uria wina bio na uria utina bio yani twina ndoa ya itonga na nkea no nturi uni DS ntatirimana nagwe murungu no mwega ni ambuge inyani ndarimi mbuga tutatirimana kinoru etuga kinoru dispensary tutumite raini na ugwe no ntumbuga itukwenda kurigitwa but the thing here is inkorea chiringi ngiri mbuga 30 kana 20 every month ira nkunenkanira na inywe na kunenkanira teu we akeja kwajwa God forbid ukaja mutano cia tutimuona nya mutindwa tukamwigwe agakani no tugeto muraitha na bau bange be in positions iwo kugaira na uni ni nkarea right yonga te NHIF nye karea imilioni ira 300 tunenkanaira ishe insurance cia county assembly icho chigeta kurea mbeche ireko chigeta kurea mbeche iria ni ande mbira ne ata uni nti utunywa kenda wa karabwega okay uni mbuga gatire mati ninkethiria mbuga gatire uni tubwiri kwithira tukitha naira na raim no ndunwe mpio kwa mutindwa rainine tumami cibitari ne motwetu twetwinde na iko gigatuma ba make sure ndawa cie cibitari ikyo bagatuma ba make sure the systems are working because the only reason why the systems do not work, Martin, it's very simple. They will not come to the facilities. Try explaining to me how level 2 and level 3 works and all those kind of things. Lakini level 2, level 2, I don't even have a doctor. Or no, actually is an untrained nurse, not clinical officer. No, Kenda, actually the system that she was trying to explain is very correct. Ntukurekana system. Obweri kweta level 2 kana level 3, level 3 kana level 4 kenda we escalate to levels ichireguru. Okay. But the thing here is better to escalate to a nurse because the hospital does not have even a clinical officer. Ora umba kodi kotaka thina irande na chobwega akauga ojo arianda kuono ingania akambita itithia. So anyway, kwetu ire ni in simple terms urea mwananchi wa kawaida abwiri kwithirwa ena mbirwe 290 akarirwa 90 and that is okay at non to tears that is nonsense.
You have really rattled mheshimiwa na mbere mheshimiwa ochokia kochokanirie na kia because with respect Bible president at Mama Mbogas literally, so let's hear from Mama Mbogas.
Thank you very much. Oh, animals are equal but some are equal than others. That's what I would say.
What am I kibobo please?
And then kuga mbere buru sha to some extent neguitanguge but it would tell a common man. Why? Mwananchi wa kawaida akaribisha wabwaga mono akara ya mwari jomo na bear witness with me Beatrice, we agree so that if you are the one to take the message you take it. Pombere mwari jo ambere nuriaga na egetikiria ya choka kuma au ugeta kugeria kuria ya kwira ya mwaka mzima. It is true na abu no ndina bu. Therefore kenda ikonda ugao animals are equal than some are equal than others. Kanko enda twetikaneria mwananchi wa kawaida na etikirwa ya mweri so that it can cater for him or her. Wajairi oh my friend Auga Eric and the other one. It's true. Inyaba tutuingwa itukona ora gukari itwa gintu kimwe tutumire tuite na level emwe tutigokara kwi ori iguru ungi nthi na ukaigwa buthuku no ntu no mwaka tukaria mantu jaja. We will say it. We will continue to say it.
Thank you.
Tukaendelea kwaria. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaire. The lady, please.
Thank you.
Kinya utumira sha?
When that tumira sha, prefer with us hospitali private, ndio save time. Lakini
private ututumira sha.
Lakini ya shari bakwa dad kwira raje twene prostate na kidney sha yirisha bakire ya thina na nyato kule asha mwaka junde itatu tethinya shilingi 10 to me sha is scam. Ukatega Samuel Ruto mtu moya mwana mtu mume lakini makosa jara monene yathithirie kabangire kuli ward asole ba na ministries sincerely mtu yaiden ngandware CS wa health tulikana 2017 tabako tulana na uru nezire atu armantu bembe mono abera mira yento abetumira kenda botukurukia 2017 unakumbuka tembe kitu kama hiyo. So ojo no wewe ngwa otumiri ne president kumuswira mbesa maybe utokugira doubts na state house na sha on mbugaga handere ndo kona hidden dware please okay expect anything good not to kumara ringira siasa siawe bakaraja akaba kumena na munene yongu na twiraga biria bathi ya behind the curtain na kwaria uma eshimiwa betu aciari betu bakunoga muno igintu kigigwitwa sha onyaja nde at bembi our age tutumba kwitha twira mirimo yogututhangikia tiga accident nayo yutukara nayo anytime aciari betu ibo ba big beneficiary basha tutinda kwariria mantu ya maternity you can even deliver Jesus Christ aciari kagandene kangombe nothing big with you ku na orinda mama take a big deal but batwe bila byomba goto tethia ni ashari beto mono no to hold head ibakuruka ire gitareri omo batesi trango ero di batu bategete lakini thirikari ni otuyira bururu na makosa jara manene ja utiga Ruto ajale kebishe na swantu bara bathomete abanenkere ministries anankere the asore ba ministries jeiti ya erothi don't take there is come.
Asante. Let's katibu kumakere mheshimiwa and then kire daktari and then we close it na wakili and then we close it with the kire education funding.
Thank you. No, from inception I don't believe in William Ruto but I give credit where it is due. In fact baba kuringa etuma those are people voted Ruto. I never voted him, right? Na I'm not a believer in his ideologies kana filo for policies yake under whatever costs. But now we talk about SHA. Tesa sawa. And then mtu akiaria about SHA tuwe genesis how NHIF operated. NHIF tutare ambia equally bwana Marete. Kinya that time kwa na NHIF people are paying 500 baraba andiki ibara nya 10,000. That is reality. To come away from that reality. In fact, my facility ni accredited, direct accredited from NHIF. NHIF was worse off ke baba ariki informal sector like outpatient ya kuja hospitali kwa ure and NHIF dirikari bia kurera ne anarimu for outpatient treatment per month. That is reality, right? Civil servant bare na cover yetawa fee for service who are treated to a maximum of 10,000 freely in a government kana private facilities. That was NHIF back then. So change ya SHA is working. Na choice mtu arenda awita hospitali. Ite kumaanisha SHA hospitali ile accredited in government hospitals only. Kenya private health facilities they are accredited. So choice ya roka ibo wita kwa attended. Na people are coming under the primary health care fund. Iyo model ya primary health care fund. You treat outpatient. Then you achieve you treat at level 4 to level 5, right? Na level 6.
Mheshimiwa, where is this information?
Tukauri and daktari. I'm not a Kenya Kwanza adherent.
Fair enough.
Kandrie.
Yes, please.
Tuaya kienge ya na angwendo shokeria our dear sister here. Ya critical, chronic, na emergency health care. In fact, okay, aweta ki NHIF, bara baidero baina chronic cases like cancers, it are treaty. They are very limited. We talk just like 48,000. And this one, it is much improved. No riro to a tune of 500,000 plus. It ain't any limit. Kamuisho. Ogimabaku wa mwere ni bindi yeku bwana Marete. Odon ankwenda kwera kinya eitaranto bare na NHIF private mtoro chomba neta akaita kandi yake Cambridge. Are you forced to do that? And over in Jimmy Bangite, okay, there are this cover, no at privately. That's why we na medical insurance scheme. Nazi komingi, Bwana Mheshimiwa Tumbi from Magrangondo ward. So utumia kudrori all the time on a blame game. Dirikari te kuritirangu issue ndiro kwenda kuritirwa. Okay, aweta in US, kana UK, nara nurses betu aweta. The people who are employed, ibo bako fund bara by less fortunate all over the world. Atura ne uma anto bara bare bande kidirikari ibo baita wambi nyinje kenda kisheketa ki social welfare programs worldwide. Na mtu aukashia. So burabo karika other countries ibo batiri karika Kenya. Those who are able na bara baita under government.
You know, I only expected they are when they get our grade 15 that ndeta civitare I will not have to pay 200,000 and then insurance nendera, you know, 90,000. It's not fair, Doctor.
Thank you. To experience theories in India, lakini kambu editango hospitali and I've been in hospital for the last 20 years. I have a lot of experience on. And sometimes when I'm free, I move around in outpatient, in custody. People are crying and people are dying. Katuira ne uma. Now you can visit in my hospital, Isiolo Referral Hospital. There is nothing working. It is nothing. May I talk out of experience as a person?
He has a facility too.
Yes, private.
I'm talking of public hospital.
It is lie.
But he has a facility.
Now, I say about employed people. I'm a civil servant. Yes. And I'm about a problem. I'm being treated by NHIF and also being treated by the CHA. When it reaches 9th of each month, it is just shut up if the employer has not sent the money. So, like for the last 3 months, listen, my sister Beatrice, I'm talking of public hospital, county hospitals, and I'm talking my case as a civil servant. No, listen, my sister. I'm talking about the SHA. It has a regulation by 9th of each month. If the money has not been refunded, it is shut off. That's a reality. Yani it is shut off. Yani they cannot open. Go to SHA. The same case with the SHA. I was today in one hospital here. I'm going to take my medicine. It doesn't open. The system cannot open, despite the fact it was paid other months. And my contribution was doubled. To me, I was getting better service with the SHA as a person. I was getting better from NHIF than current. Since in January this year, I've never ended my treatment in the place I'm supposed to get. Because the county are given money late. They pay, they don't take, like now my last money was taken on February to SHA. So it cannot pay. Despite the fact I'm deducting money every month. So where did that money was deducted last month went? For the last 6 months, no treatment, deducted almost 20,000 per month. Previously, it was, like I was previously 1,700. Now it is triple, according to the percentage. But no treatment for the last 6 months. Why are you telling me it is working?
Mheshimiwa Ariwatere, in developed nations, bantu barabandiki iboba fanda, such
Thank you.
Barabati ochiomba.
But
so, okori na chia kuiweta isi atritire mtonge oti ochiomba sama.
I'm looking like this.
Some of the people barotongere tiba PWT.
I'm looking like this.
Yeah.
Then I can still
See,
answer.
and for example, by Isiolo County, but they were meshara you mweri you that too. You mweri you ambi? Are their family getting treatment?
I get you. I get you.
Are their family getting treatment?
Yeah.
Say no.
Okay.
So, kinyarira kware na NHIF. Ikware na challenges ke most of the county employees. System ya NHIF every night ya lock if your money has not been paid. Na we mtu gombe draw tare by 9. Ilikuwa inajilog. So ikware na challenges ke county employees mostly. Baraba tare award their money time. Ikware na those challenges. No, you won't get services for a service you have not paid. It is normal.
You know, Wakili, it's a bit logic. Dida kwa tuweka ate account ya kwa eka lokwa nkire awa nithirikari lakini okay batende ya mochara so account ya kwa that means eka lokwa na dida tisibitari chio thirikari weu they will not treat me because batende tembecha si reflect kire NHIF ere bati kwithwa yende. Do you get that? Yeah.
Probably. I guess the point, the first point ya kuelewa this whole issue ya SHA ikumenya why niki ya replace NHIF. And it is a thing that I told you how this regime is working. SHA is well grounded under the law. That is Article 43 on universal health coverage. It is your right under Article 43. It is one of the social economic rights. Irachi implemented. Utumba kuga naru nande because kinyeko da kuna a provision that you are entitled to emergency care. And if we get to nyako na case mtu ngeta nkadide nkona accident ndaikwa facility ekara kudidi hata ekara kumbete kiri antite tembecha. So the reason behind SHA was for the right to attain the highest sustainable health. And okametegera SHA ikianantetheri nyamweshimiwa if you look at SHA is the authority is NHIF. But under SHA, there are 3 funds. Fund number 1, primary health care. That is a fund on its own. Iratuije monoi social health insurance fund. And the other fund is emergency and critical and chronic diseases. Ukategera primary health care, ibateri kumenyera mtoro gweta ki level 1, level 2, and level 3 hospitals. And in accessing, now what happens in level 1, level 2, and level 3, immunization, mbuga maternity, and those issues that are not complicated. And what should happen under the primary health care fund, obateri gutonya sibitari, uka treated, and you live without paying a single dime. That is the intention, SHA and the fund here with primary health fund. Then there is this other fund which is SHIF, the social health insurance fund. Emergency. It is not, we are not the first people in Africa kudhidhi mantuja social health care. Rwanda is actually one of the leading models to universal health care. And what you find niate ibombeta kumap the poor people kanabaraba tena uwezo ikienda kinyaboke under SHIF. For them, registration is mandatory. Under SHIF, kukethirwa antu bara bate guchumba bate kureambi they are not paying
okay.
So ukethiria under chief you have to look at the people who are not able. Ja mbuga joria a representative of PWD akuga, there are other families which are not able to provide. Now under the emergency and critical illness, these are issues that I do agree that they were not in the NHIF, but we shouldn't have overhauled the NHIF. We should have complemented it. And
just for emergency services.
Yes.
Okay.
For emergency, for the emergency but let me say, and I'll give you, at times the president does something, but it also weakens devolution. Now, all this shift is centralized. The fund is centralized. But we are talking about health, which is a devolved function. Number two, now, at times, I'm sorry to say this, at times I believe that our laws, our constitution is more progressive than us, than the society. The constitution is very progressive. Because of Article 43, they don't give any requirement to access the universal health care. All the time, because the constitution does not give a condition so that you can become a beneficiary of health. But Nando Ategera, there is a mandatory requirement of registration.
Thank you. Oscar, information, who should be giving it? Because I am very sure, as important as Kiodorano kila kiumba kiwethwa kiri, bora kiumba kiwethwa kieno itumi sana kiri mwananchi. Same way information yonto yewe bati kwethwa yeba kinyela. Why don't we have it? Because I'm very sure kure mtu wa kuibwa the 3 levels ruare. Yeah? And why did we use 108 billion maybe to include emergency services kire insurance fund?
Ibaga Martin, kwethwa tuena privilege. Kwethirwa twena inyanto bethirikari ne kikarone giki na kurealize kinyaba moe still bethirikari ne kwena areas bongo bate gwetikaneria. It tells us kwena a bit of confusion ereo kwena the information flow na zora uga change ya system ira ya NHIF tukiuma NHIF tuweza kisha costre taxpayers 104 billion shillings na I think expectation ya ntopara baingi yari maybe challenges ira chiareo ke NHIF chidro chiko completely solved sha is in place na I think confusion ereo ne kwariria sana a lot of hard work ere kuendeka kuthithika mono I ministry ya health ni ntiko kuonania buruko tena information na kethara kwena information ite uniform ni ndo kwena gap ereo kwe mtu maybe ubati kuthirwa ketha sensitization ni ndo kinya thaira to kwariria mantu za public participation kethirwa kako kwithirwa kwena gikaro za giki maybe ke spearheaded di Martin na Weru na Edward kikethirwa ke spearheaded di ministry ithirwa yongwe kithikaira feedback ni onto tugwa feedback from different quarters na feedback hizi chikazukwa chige kwa amwe to enrich some of these programs ni onto amwe na program ito kwa ririasha. I think the next topic iro kwa area university funding model kinyayo ega expose similar gaps na iche information flow idea ikethirwa noble but the implementation is faulty.
Thank you. Kindly guys non to boa mother tutikire manto ya kithomo because now we have students here who will tell us if they really are benefiting from the funding model ira to any other yedirikari. We would want to understand, Edward.
Martin and our guests, But now, education kintu kimwe kira kithirite gikiarirwo muno ndani ya Kenya, especially kiri university. Competition is a problem, na baba ingi kuwa kuyo kerwa technical colleges kuwa bakuthoma URETERI tegu megithi bakuthoma URETERI rito bare ya batwira na besire chongo ikurwa ndani ya university ichero ikwinama kiri barabara the fee this semester watura kithi ambeti ichienamire kana bando we are the same level. Because kirokere kinene kirari kia chiari na ritwa ni ati nuiketie mwana school, but kiri semester wiketie mwana better sio triple. So we would like to know from the students, how is the funding model affecting especially colleges na universities kiri aritobara tu inaboa. And it starts with the lead there who in a jacket. Phineas, kindly. Yes, introduce yourself, your name, and maybe Narokudom.
Asante sana. Reto ni Immaculate Kanana, ini Finance Secretary Meru University. Kamba mbebue bia itira indama. Itira radio skinya kidogo, chirio ora. Aya nire promise, na wakato itira itaoyoria. Nonto, NFM ekwea.
Immaculate, what do you mean becha itira indama?
Awete aka reduce the prices. Okay. And aja reduce itira reduce wa. They are still paying the same price.
What were the timelines? Did you
Immaculate kidogo kwenda kumenya Martin, you see kiri barabara reported the school thai ikurari na option you basically na 15 to 40%, right? Yeah. So has it been so kana no change kinya barabara reported these
no
are
change.
this
There is no change. Yeah. So when kentokeke NFM ekwea ni ayerera to disadvantage sana. Ana baba unkuma skuru kwena kentoketa wa bands. Bands yu utrima kwe mwana akore agri 40 na kwe mwana akore agri 10 in the same class. Badi yu rekira kulinga na details iroga feel. Okay, nte korea na mbedhere baba wakwe mwarimu lakini akadhe mwarimu atena mbecha. Koko bad, mko class moja mnafanya the same course, unaweka koko bad nalipa 50,000, mwingine analipa 5,000. Nimesema unaweza kuwa hiyo bado unaweka kulingana na details ambazo unajaza pale. Naweza kuwa babangu ni mwalimu nam, lakini hana pesa. Anaweza kuna walimu maskini sikatai, lakini ukiweka hapo iko na hiyo 50,000, atatoa wapi? Tuko na cases nyingi sana za watoto wame drop out. If you visit our institution during the exam utaturumia sisi. Karibu tunagongwa na hao wanafunzi. And it is not our mistake. Because wamewekwa kwa hiyo bad na hajiwezi. Wengine they end up killing themselves. Last month I think but one. Tulienda kuzika Masai fulani hapo. Amejiua. Already we are facing challenge kwa chakula, kwa nyumba. Then when we start now burdening our parents with the fees. Now it's not even making sense. Again, hii kitu tuna apply online. Kitambo tulikuwa tumezoea unaitwa shule na unaenda. And you start unaanza kusoma tu normally. But now you have ukiitwa shule ukipewa barua ya kwenda shule, you have again to go back to the cyber to apply for the NFM. Sometimes the system can be so busy, you can be logged out and upate imefungana, time limit yenye ulikuwa umepewa imeisha, and you will end up struggling in school. So unapata like most of the students wako shule lakini they don't do their exams because you can't be allowed to do the exams without paying the school fees.
All right. Now, is your situation different from Immaculate or the same station?
A little bit different, kidogo.
Okay.
Because I am thinking...
Introduce tafadhali.
Oh, sorry. Jina langu ni Marlin Monene, Chairman Meru University Marians Association. So, we have a student, an example, I'm giving you an example, who was doing a clinical medicine course, but he has left. And actually the message to me that before I've been trying to reach him, alisema he wants to die. Why? Because he has been put in a certain band that the family cannot be able to sustain. Kwa nini?
I want to know this. The criteria ya kuweka kwa hizo bands ni gani?
You know, the problem, one thing, mimi sina simu, okay? Maybe I am coming from a village somewhere. I'm from Tigania West, maybe Mumete Manyiri. Na I don't even have access to a phone. So I will go to a cyber, tell this cyber guy, unajua mambo hii ya university ufinye laptop uniwekee information, all right? So this jama is just there because he wants money na kuna line, si ndio? So akifinya hii aone hii inaleta shida, anajaza kama yule mwingine, all right? So the biggest problem, and I think as we are talking about the NGCDF, I think the biggest problem is the government has not been intentional to solve the issue of the new funding model. It's a good model if it's done properly, but toka yakwet, if we go to the constituency level, kama hapo kwa ofisi MP, everyone mwenye amemaliza university, watu wana take time, and the government gives a good scheduled time to fill in proper information, so that if I am in band 1, it is where I'm supposed to be. If I'm in band 3, that's where I'm supposed to be. The biggest problem, Edwin, is appeal. Wanakuambia, umeko band 3, lakini unapaswa kuwa band 1, you just appeal. I am telling you, the process of appealing is so difficult. From moving from one band to another is a crisis. So I think it needs to be done properly, especially the information feeding part.
Fair enough. Monene, sorry. Okay. Uko year?
4.1.
4.1.
Yes.
Have you been in the previous funding model? Yeah.
For me, I am in the previous funding model. So the people who I'm leading, wengine ndio wako in the new funding model.
So which is better among the two?
If I be asked, the old model is a good model because I think whether you are mamako ni mama mboga, whether you are a son of daktari here, whether you are, everyone needs education, really, without stress, okay? So I think the old funding model is a good model.
Thank you.
From my
and
point.
before I involve Mr. President here and the other gentleman and the lady, of course, and the other one, Daktari, why did we have to move? You are a beneficiary, I'm sure, were the other, and you are a lecturer. Mbona tulimove? If the students wanasema the previous was better, why did we have to move?
Martin, katurane uma. Let's sometimes we must admit that we need to move from the history. This one I'm talking from where I sit, even from the university level, because I think I'm one of the people that really participated on this student-centered model. The truth of the matter, Martin, you must remember that we were closing so many universities. We were closing so many universities. University nyingi irekiri under receivership. Nonto wa marando. Lecturers were not able to be paid. Nonto university not have raised any funds. The government capitation, I can tell you, is an history that has never been revisited since I don't know what. Story. To revise fees ya university in the centuries. This is the first time I think we are discussing this issue. Until the issue in the parliament question that we cannot touch the revision of the university funding because it is the caveat from the parliament. We couldn't change. Anna Bature Korea, I think 16,000 or something. New fees Iture Korea Chukuru, 16,000 for I think a year or so. Then it was support and help. It was support and help. So we talk either Nyana Baba Inga actually iba 16,000 but I even a single shilling out of that. Then number two, I like the way they have talked about the question of the yo ikuteto kwa radio on shift or whatever. Wote wakethera mwana umete, for example, mucheni nakomba wiki mwana in a very high private secondary school, arare over 300,000 na kunaongea umete mixed day ya Kenoru bond the equivalent of 16,000. Ini mchana nakomba kuria in a secondary school nakomba kuria 300,000, lakini ya yaka ya 16,000. Na baraba ilaki bako nenge wa help. On top of that, bako na ambecha choche ambi chemobuko. This center student, actually, the only issue I want to agree with the young man, it is not the student-centered model. It is the facilitation process of implementation. Non to information ireke or capture bwega, we have bandi with on bad one. Actually, the students are not supposed to pay anything. It's full scholarship. Full scholarship.
So, how do you identify these students?
Now, you know what he has said. There is the portal. They are feeding in the information. Na the information that is captured. Most of them are not even patient. They are not very patient about it. Actually, I've assisted like 3-4 students personally, and most of them they have gone to band 1. The other one went to band 2. What we are trying to do, in the university is now to see how we help and establish an hub. Yana baba reke kurasha wa edre kuena process ya time ya application na congestion. And I think also the panic is also we have to shift from the capitation question. What do you think about capitation nowadays? University itumba ko sustain muchara yoko dha yu nini alitoma na bameonde ya muchara university mwana akire 16,000 kinya kithomo kiongo kikarema no tukwa twika kinya facilities ina na bako ningro batumba the university cannot even sponsor because we cannot continue having the same model of that level.
So Martin, before that,
just a minute.
Dr. allow me to ask this.
Let me ask a stupid question.
Yes, please.
So serikali inafaa kunifanyia nini now that I'm paying taxes, now that it cannot pay for my medical bills, it cannot pay for my education? What is the government supposed to do for me?
So and on that, Martin, no, a moment. And before we move to the students, yes. I want to ask the third one question. Did you auction students for your sake and institutions?
Pardon? No, we have not auctioned.
Because they cannot sustain to pay your salaries, and you are closing institutions. So you change the model for your own advantage?
The issue here is the balancing. We have said is the question of balancing at the university, question of the equity. Baraba kumba kurea fees, ibare fees. Ana baraba tukumba kurea fees, thirikari nebari ile fees. Sawa sawa? Ndacho kanda wa this guy Mario wetu wa finance secretary wa fees etenama. There is a circular of 1st September 2025 from the PS that's saying the fees was revised down once, between 15 to 40%. Kuma kiemondora ya areombere fees nere between 15. Actually, the medical, I think the highest that is paying for the medical is around 60,000 from the new circular that we received from the PS.
Thank you.
So that's why I want us to deal with facts.
Yes. Again, another stupid question. Bwana upandishe, alafu uteremushe tena. The students, please. From the students. From the students. No. From the students. Yes.
Sawa. Okay, let me start from the question of reduction of school fees, the one she was responding to. Last month, I attended the Elimbora Working Group conference. We had the Ministry of Education on board. With the students, we asked them, you talked about the circulars.
Unaweza tumia Kiswahili tafadhali.
Okay. Tuliwauliza about, naweza changanya? Okay. Kiswahili kidogo, mufti. Okay, so tuliwauliza. Ministry of Education, the members we had on board, wakatuambia circulars that are going around ya September, and it should be effective by September. Now, the schools will commence August. We have students who have their sponsors, kuna wanafunzi wenye wana depend on their sponsors, anafaa enda apply, amwambie this semester I'm supposed to pay 20,000. Now hizo sakila zote zinaenda around, they have not created awareness to the parents. They don't know there is something like that. Hawajui. Watu wanajua, the institutions around Nairobi, they've been sensitized. But hata I'm sure nikienda Meru University niulize second year. Do you know kuna circular is going around ya September about reduction of school fees? Do you think they know? They should, but they don't. Why do, mbona hawajui?
Okay.
You've not created awareness. Even the parents huko mashinani, they don't know kuna kitu kama hiyo. And that's where mambo ya illegal levies zinatokea. You find out I'm supposed to pay 20,000 but shule inanicharge kitu 25,000. Na sasa juu sina facts, hamja create awareness, siezi stand niseme I'm not supposed to pay 25,000, nafaa kulipa 20,000. So that's where the illegal levies come in. So at least when you are talking about the circulars moving around here in September, there are very few people who know about it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Na hapo ndo sasa mnatuchomea lami pale. Okay. Wacha tusikie kwa wanafunzi tafadhali kwanza.
Niseme kitu moja.
From the students first, Dan kindly. Yes.
Okay, on the issue of the new funding model, on my side, I think when you are placed on the
kama
correct
itawezekana tumia Kiswahili tafadhali. Alafu shika mic vizuri.
Kwa issue ya new funding model, saidi yangu mimi nadhani ukiwekwa kwa model mzuri utakuwa somehow advantaged. Shida inatokea kwa vitu mbili. Ya kwanza ni criteria yenye wanatumia kukuweka kwa the model. Ya pili ni loan yenye utakuwa nayo, deni ya government yenye utakuwa na ukimaliza shule. Hiyo deni ni kubwa sana.
Asante. Okay, the gentleman and the president.
Okay. Martin, before we go there,
yes,
the student kindly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. I think I'd done some self-introduction, and I'll proceed by saying that yes, Jakata, umetupea new funding model. And actually, Daktari Amwarida, unanishtua kusema wenye wako na ability walipe na wenye wana ability wasaidiwe. Hii criteria yenyewe ni crippled. Mark you are a beneficiary of the old model, if I'm not wrong, ile ya free education. Sisi tunataka tuende wapi? Future generation inaenda wapi? Usiniangalie mimi, angalia wale wengine.
But
unataka waende wapi?
I think it is only fair. It is only fair so that we can also sustain wale wengine. Kama vile mimi mwenye niko na mshahara nafaa kulipa SHA bei ya juu kuliko mwenye hana mshahara. It is only fair that if you are able to pay, just pay so that we can fund mwenye hana and so that we can keep our institutions alive.
I think my brother mentioned that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you were paying for parallel.
I think my brother mentioned that as long as you're growing, we all require education.
Sorry?
We all require education. Regardless of whether my parent is well off or my parent is poor. We need to grow and get this education equally.
Yes.
Regardless of where we are coming from. For the future of that which is built for us and for that which is expected of us in near future.
Asante. Let us hear from the two gentlemen, alafu sasa na sisi wenye tuko shule tuchangie.
Okay, thank you very much. On my take, and as the students president of Meru University, I want to say that this is not a student-centered model. It is a university-centered model because it is the administration that benefits. Because actually in my own institution, we've been surviving on deficits.
I know you're from the lake, but jaribu Kiswahili tu kidogo.
Yes. So kitu najaribu kusema ni hii sio model ya students ama the students in the institution, ni model ya university. What I want to say, our institution has been surviving on deficit. But for the first time, we got a positive. But for the students are really suffering. During the examination last semester, I was almost being impeached because students were pressurizing me to fight for them. Actually, we are having an Arambe soon to help the students. What has never happened? It is a very real situation. The model is not working for the students, especially the students placed in the wrong models, who they cannot even try to appeal. If they try appealing, they cannot be helped anymore. So I can say that the new funding model is not that good. It's good for the university, yes, but for the students, it's not good. Thank you.
Thank you, Bwana President. Okay, Daktari, you have reminded me of a book known as Kigogo by Mr. Ekimea, when you have talked about the revised fee structure. Yani kutia kwa kulia na kutoa kwa kushoto. That is what is happening in this fee structure, because our loan, actually it has been reduced. Sawa sawa. And being reduced in our loan, now hiyo pesa imetoka huko nimekuja kwa wapi? Huku chini kwa upande wa fees. That's why I'm saying ni kwa kutia kwa kushoto na kwa kutoa kwa kulia. So thank you. Let me just give you a small history about myself. Actually, I've been surviving through the relief. Let me talk about now the SDG 4 of the quality education, please. I've been surviving. Actually, I'm from the northern part of Kenya, that is West Pokot. I've been surviving through the food, relief food in our schools. Last term, I'm from my teaching practice. We don't have that food. And this food is the one that ilikuwa inanipea motisha ya kukuja class, ya kuenda shule. Hiyo uji ya saa 4, hiyo yellow mains, yellow peas ya lunch time. Nowadays it's not there. So I'm feeling for those young people, young generation that are coming. Because mimi nilipata hiyo, nikasurvive hadi nikafika university. What about the other people that are coming? So what I'm trying to talk is about also a new funding model. Actually, okay, the philosophy itself, according to me, I say it's okay. But now the process of placing the band. From West Pokot now, I have 3 girls oko nyumbani because of wrong placement in the band. So please, naomba tu, tafadhali, let's sit down. And you know, the problem also again in this government is because watu wamewekwa kwa ministry. Those people who are in the ministry, they are politicians. And we have those people who are qualified and competent to do that work. So, mi naomba tu, please, this Kenya is ours. And if we cannot own it, nani atashikilia Kenya?
Okay, asante. Mwalimu hapa.
Thank you. Kama mimi ni mwalimu na nasikia vibaya sana when as a country we are working on to make education difficult to acquire knowledge. Even before we get to the model, to the new funding model, we have a problem with competition. Every day kwa news, kuna shule ghost schools that receive money. Our priorities have problems. Universities are struggling to build structures while we are doing housing. Kama hizi ziko hapa town hata asijui nani ataingia hapo. So as a country, we have a group of incompetent people.
What is your option?
Who are happy telling us of the taxes that they have collected. We have got the ceiling, but we don't want to subsidize education. For example, if you are put in a band because your father has a vehicle, alienda kwa bank akaomba loan analipanga. Kwani hiyo ndio ability ya kujua utajiri yake? Kaberio umeenda umechukua ka loan ndio kashamba unalipa ile aidhi kwa TV. Does it mean you are able to pay in abnormal models? So as a country we need to consolidate our funds, set our priorities right, make education and health care free. Because it is corruption and priorities that are messing us as a country.
But you see, yes, anko endo kwa Kenya ringera because wewe unasomesha watoto university, I know of that. But Mugerare, you see, it is a very thin line here. You know, we have to make lazima universities zetu ziendele na lazima mwanafunzi asome. So we really need to understand where do we draw this line.
Mugera,
I'm
also
balance.
a teacher. Maybe I can also.
What ajibu in 5 seconds.
Martin, matters governance of universities. Wanafunzi hawakuli shule, wanafunzi wana rent nyumba nje. So why is education so expensive? Why should a VC be moving even in a V8? There is a lot of problems.
Because they work.
Going where? So misuse of resources do imetofikisha hapa. Education cannot be subsidized.
I agree.
Okay, maybe I want to support and also oppose a few issues here. I feel there is a serious issue around incompetence in our government, and not even incompetence, having the wrong people in the wrong jobs. To be very honest, I think I want to go back to Kibaki's time. If you're a minister of finance, you better understand economics and finance. If you're a minister of health, you better be a doctor and have a bit of basic understand. A PS is an accounting officer. I'm not trying to criticize the system, but it's annoying.
Minister of Finance is a CPA.
Okay, I'm just giving an example because of some issues here. And I feel the president means well. It is a shame we have a presidential delivery unit if it exists, because we are yet to know who it is. Yet there is no communication about government.
How does the president mean well wakati wanachagua incompetent?
These people are hired through public service and through public service commission. So
the president appoints the CSs.
I'm talking about the accounting officers. The PSs are the accounting officers. CSs can be political, but an accounting officer needs to understand that specific profession. So I feel even the Public Service Commission has let us down. I still feel we need to devolve it, because this thing of people are playing for, okay, I've gone off, sorry, I'm just annoying. So I'm just annoyed. It's I feel for these students here. At the same time, okay, Paul. At the same time, the universities were getting insolvent because of the issues of the cheap education and whatever people are paying. We find ourselves in a very delicate situation whereby most of our recurrent expenditure is most taken by most of our taxes. Yet when we look at what government can do to earn some extra revenue, people go to court and say we don't sell KICC without understanding that you can privatize an institution that has not been delivering to earn some extra revenue. When people are told, apply and go and work outside, nobody wants to go. So I don't know what also we want. At some point, like, let me go to Meru. We have over 450.
Bila tukwenda Beatrice, bila tukwenda ni atiri, a working government.
It is okay for it to work, we must generate revenue. The traditional agricultural revenues have really come down because so many issues. For example, the land that we used to coffee for export, those volumes have gone down because of also the demographics and the population increase. When you're told to increase foreign exchange by exporting labor, people are still against it. What do we exactly want?
Okay.
You see, there needs to be a balance.
This gentleman and the beautiful lady here, and the other one. So you want to tell me, and then we send them out.
If there are no opportunities, we have over 85
please, kindly.
No, you see, you're forgetting exporting of labor. To so many people, even from especially in Akilemi, who are doctors working outside and earning a lot of revenue. Some are my friends. If the opportunities are not here, let's also take advantage of opportunities that are outside.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Yes.
Rengiera Muchiari wena Nabari University.
Yeah, okay. Let us go back to Atuchoke Narato Kali.
Yeah, na meambo mekai please to
Mekali. Ile kitu tunaongelelea hapa sasa ni education funding. Tusiende kwa other things. And what this system is suffering from ni ile tu ambaye SHA inaumia nayo. One, there is this fear of fraud. So technically a lot of policies zinawekwa ya kuchunga nini? Fraud. That's why vile mwanafunzi amesema, ukienda kujaza unakuta technically hauna hiyo uwezo ama knowledge. So ile information unaenda feeding there is wrong. Pia daktari amekubaliana na hiyo. So it is the technical part of the policies zile zinawekwa hapo technically ya kuavoid the fraud ambazo zinafanya mwanafunzi asiingie, let's say, in the right band. So the system, the policies zile zinawekwa kwa nia mzuri, lakini the implementation part, that's where Beatrice anasema there's a lot of incompetent people wamewekwa mahali ambayo hawataweza kufanya vizuri. Yes, mimi niko na watoto university, and one of the biggest problem ni hiyo ya kwenda kwa hata portal peke yake, kwenda kufanya mambo kwa hiyo portal. Mimi kama mzazi pengine mimi sijui, lakini mtoto akiana anasema imekataa. So most of us wale wanajiweza kidogo tumeenda kwenda kwa self sponsored ku avoid hii technicalities. But now if lazima tufaidike na lazima wanafunzi wafaidike, na wale ambao hawana hata wazazi wanaelewa ama hawana hata wazazi in the first place wafaidike, ni daktari, policy lazima itengenezwe kwa njia ambayo itawezekana consideration ikiwa kwa ule mtoto ambaye ana hiyo uwezo, kama vile huyu jamaa amesema Pokot, mambo ya Pokot, which is just the same way. Okay. So the other thing is this, when it comes to financing, the financing part, hiyo financing inachungwa politically kwa njia ambayo hiyo pesa itoshi. Vile mwalimu amesema mambo ya capitation. Capitation imechungwa kwa sababu pesa yenyewe serikali haina pesa ya kutosha. So because there's no enough money, there is that aspect of controlling this finance so much. In the process of controlling this finance so much, a lot of handicaps zinawekwa, barriers na vitu mingi ambazo zinawekwa, ndio mtu aweze kupita hapo ndio afike mahali atapata financing.
Okay, asante. Oscar, was the government misadvised kaya manto yatikubwa, or maybe we are running faster than ourselves?
Wega Martin, I think to take the new funding model, atokethi kairorea ayutoba botoira. Ban sira chikwarirwa kwa placement bago ekirwa ke bans depending on perceived capability emotiari financial. Band one, I think, is the neediest. Na kwigento batumaira the Higher Education Loans Board and Ministry of Education ko instrument bagutumire gweto MTI, the means testing instrument. I think I know the biggest problem here. Nionto ikeza kwithirwa accurate the means testing instrument, then iteumba kuzukia mtu nidi imo place ke band ya mtu gochiomba. Nomo kav ke research ekwera kinyoka zukia aritoa iganari mo randomly Pedro University bare kai secondary kai primary okaba pick at random arito bara bainge babati kudro bare at the very bottom yonto inya bara bo chiomba ibakai. But results ira tuonete na placement ya system eu da hizi new funding model replace aritoba kai sana ke band 1 bara dayu ba ko require a lot of support na on top of capitation kuidro guru kuidro kwena possibility ya kuromba loan. So is a kadrikari, I don't know whether it is by design or default, but kego place aritoba kai area kedro inka more money. So kukeza kudro kuna goodwill ke correctify issue ira to neona funding. Then gento kiambere ko address the MTI, the means testing instrument, a place aritoa araba batere kenda baraba bati kudro bakenenkerwa support bedro baki miamukira, lakini the intention ya wethirwa mutiari kethara na gutiumba ethirwa akirira muritwa mbecha zaidi norote utiumba ethirwa akigain more support is well intended. Implementation no ina problem.
Okay. Time is far much gone. But before to close, Martin, at least tukwaria mantu education so much. Na ritobando barayao na chiari baraya. So yes, managers ba school. You're a manager. Okay. So okay, it's okay. So in few seconds, in few seconds, Eric Aritora ni manager school. Tell us something about the schools.
Thirikari, I'm a chair of a secondary school and also a primary type. With the advantage they could serve in a management school. Government currently, that's when I intention ya kuensure mwana kuthoma itioburu kukara school. Thirikari bati utuma mbecha tamu imwe. But ikatuma mbecha ituma ebati utuma cost 100% because of course there is money. Not only budget. Then aleo tuka budget ranewana na school. Thirikari ituma almost 60%, 40% ikaretain. Na nitum budget rere school. Na atankadi dio kuritain mwana na nte muira ongere tera mochiari ongere mbecha kendo mbo sustain mwana school. Tamu ira kwe kuthira. Ntare ya suppliers. The suppliers are supposed to be paid. Nkomba ko facilitate mwana wakara school wate. The other thing, the president and politicians, bera chiari, especially for primary school, it's free. But you know, school utemba kuongera mwana utemba kuwera mochiari ati school ware fee, whereas mochiari president na ugere na release $1 billion. Na bilioni ya kukwetara mwana icheki nya chiringi magana jairi o atara mwana ko sustain the entire term na magana jairi ni okarira watchman because of course I'm supposed to pay a watchman ni okarira chokini kagulirwa na atia primary school yu iga perform mwana atiari bara ya guita kuchwana arapa kathomithiana yao. I feel the government intention ya ko retain ko support primary education, the secondary education, PRE ni kisungu tu na story.
Thank you so much. Oninde area specifically mantu ya help the beneficiary wayo. Kuringa na burato ibokiri beneficiaries bare aritwa ana bainge muno ibaichuletie. Ana bainge muno ibatete skuru lakini government ni kwa neweta ate ni kunenkanira mbecha. When you come to the banding, ukethira mbandira about place as Oscar said, mbandire kwenda mbecha inyinge baeni yaritwa. Mbandira ekwenda mbecha inini baka inge yaritwa, meaning the government is not supporting education. Now of which every student is entitled to education. Every child in Kenya is entitled to education. Why should the government ya ananya mwana kiskuru anabaika uniform in the primaries kana secondaries kenda bangwanana no ntoka ukaikira bands mwana amenyo monora au mete skuru ntongu au mete family ntongu nora umete family maskini. So basically it is victimizing even the students in the institutions. The criteria that they should be used if they chokera the only model ira ya arikuo niyo ya atethakia. Sustaining the institutions. So basically on my view daktari nteko theta on the sustenance of the university. Uniko theta kwa in government inenkere anabonde education equally. Issues on sustaining the institutions is the work of the government. Muritu ate kwenda kumekitha school kwa sustained kaneta sustained muritu kwenda kumenya ni akuthoma.
That's my take.
0 second, do you got 3, Martin? 0 second. Do you got 3? 0 second, yes. Thirikari William Samoei Ruto, uringana ora batu turia amero bandinara na baratu tegera mantu tukona nontu ingweta school na irenda kuitangugi jora thirikari kibaki ita na ingwetekia mantu za kuthithia twajona past 2028 kintu kimwe kira mpomba kuga wataga kagita kara bikibiki ciareta oi president William president Moi Kibaki
so dan we 2020 monoro kuthoma thai at school
oni ndiuga atiri ki ana baba kuthoma thai penenkerwa mbesa kabe mbesa ireta kimbansi ciao kuringana na level muntu uri akari oni ndendan kwina kana njera inthiguru kana ira irevo ne nthiguru tutiumba gwikwa class kimwe na bara bari iguru na bara bo complain ibara bari iguru bakwondongana nwa baba bende na gutiumbikano so president William Samoei Ruto naye wekanya aitenguge u mantu zao itukuona jakabwe twitete u.
Thank you. Before you talk, Wakil, second that Wakil, and then to the
before Wakil, a parting shot.
1 2
Katu one thing, eh? You know, Martin, we must bring the sense of everything we are discussing. Remember, mbere kinyare tukwareria 16,000 ye, re tukwareria 16,000 ye, kware na parallel classes. Don't forget that. C+ to B's. Either retu cheitawa 65 B's. Kuma B 65 kwenama, they were not in the government entry sponsorship. You chose the tiare levels chia university, but the government was not bothered where they are going. Mujari ukakia nabauba, bajia bakwira nabaumobo, baikire parallel. How much money were they paying? So every child that get a C+, goes to the university under the government sponsorship. You know we have to strike a balance. We really should not forget where we have come also as a country. Non to population era to those years was less by far. Even in the introduction of the universities. University we were very few universities, actually every now county as a university. And you can imagine the population that is going to those universities. So MUTEMBEI, to be fair enough, so that also we balance our debate. We really should not push ourselves into a very emotional way that these things should happen. Let's also know the steps we have made. From where we have come from even the intention to ensure omwana wende aina kithomo despite au qualify kana wetata ata qualify. So basically let's have the principle of actually understanding that.
Niseme mambo mbili tu peke yake, mambo just two things. One, okay, I agree ulikuwa na parallel, lakini ilikuwa ukiweza unaweza hata sahi, by the way kunayo, ukitaka kupeleka mtoto wako ujilipie, it's not a big deal. But kuna kitu moja nasema ama nauliza tu kama swali. Ulisema this gentleman alisema tuseme shule kwanza kama ni it's a public university, no, watasema kama ni public university awalipi rent. Si ni kweli? Shule si ni public, ni yetu, si ndio? Kwa hivyo hakuna rent tunalipa. So kama shida inaweza kuwa pengine ni stima, tunaweza weka solar ama tutafute njia nyingine ya kutengeneza nini. So basically what I'm trying to say, tunaweza kusema hii university inahitaji 1,000,000 ama 500,000 to run for a year. Kwa sababu hizo tumeweka pengine mshahara yako daktari, na tumeweka mshahara whatever you need, right? Tunaiweka kwa hiyo whatever. Usisahau tuko na bursaries zinatosha. Bursaries ziko primary, ziko na MCA, ziko sijui na governor, ziko na president, kila mtu ako na bursary. Tuseme kama university fulani inahitaji hela fulani, kama tuseme inahitaji, hata tuseme hata in billions of shillings, 5 billion Kenya shillings. Tuseme okay, kwa sababu tumekusanya zile bursary inaweza lipa 2.5. Kuna shida gani basi ya hiyo 2.5? Tuseme hiyo shule iko na wanafunzi 1,100, tugawanye balance equally. Tuseme kama ni Meru University, wacha nilipe kila mmoja alipe 20,000. Si hiyo itakuwa ni sawa sawa? And then from there someone had to figure out what to do with themselves. Yani, kwa sababu at the end of the day, all what we need, at a secondary, mi wanasema the same kind of thing. If a secondary school, maybe we need 10 million Kenya shillings to run it for 1 year. If actually the bursary ikichukuliwa yote pesa, shilingi 10,000,000 wapatio, why would they be asking students for more money? So kwa mawazo yangu, we combine the bursaries na turudi tuseme wanafunzi wanatakana walipe kiwango fulani, lakini we equalize everyone. Ukishindwa sasa tutajua ni namna gani, kama ni harambee tutafanya vile tulikuwa tunafanya mbeleni, but in my opinion it will be less than 10 or 5,000 shillings zile unatakana ulipe.
Najua JR, swali yako ilikuwa rhetorical that mbona wasiweke hapo. Unajua ni kwa nini? Kwa sababu wanataka tuendelee kuwaomba. So ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately time yetu imeenda sana. Na sidhani kama tutakubalia. Director, utatukubali dakika ngapi za kumalizia? 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes nataka tuzigawanye kwa sisi wote. Is it possible? Okay. Okay. Yeah, answer.
Okay, kambuibu ya sana ni kwa wakanya kau. Na desore no nto tari de kidomo lakini yangu atiri. Tuke akothirikanira mbeca icio nde ina common pool. Iye eta kithomone ni matwateithia arito betu. Na pa muthia nkitha na semaiki uke akwithirwa tutikumba kubwithia bandi na ku register bandi ni gitondu itio yo cieta skuru ibwithirwa registration. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Let us skip the formalities, eh? Okay.
Aya kio ningu duga bands kaba tikuthija ngibwaga nonga bari vice yanda shumbo tedi nyamon aditobonde.
Mwanafunzi.
It is good manners tukue na equal education kwa watoto wetu wote, na ili sisi sote tuweze kubenefit from this education. Through event distribution, we'll manage it. Maybe we can go for other means. Kama ni hizo bursaries, zitaposti wale wenye wajiwezi kabisa. Asante.
Wakili.
Sina maneno mingi ya kusema, lakini the whole issues zenye zote tumeongelea. Number one, let us, and I'll tell venye amesema, let us avoid over-dependence on the executive ama the exchequer. Let the universities also get ways. Kama Meru University wako na 100 acres, let them put that land into use so that they can generate revenue. Sure. Number two, let us involve the citizens kwa each and every nini tunafanya, because ukiangalia the genesis ya hii model ilitoka executive order from the president. Even the nini herself could not explain when put to task ile wakati alikuwa anaongelea nini. Let us involve the citizens in each and everything that we do. And lastly, we have a government that says it can hear, but my question is, does it understand? If students are saying there is an issue with the means testing, it is true, kuna shida. Because if kama I will be judged because I have a car or something else, I may be having very many children. Okay. So what happens? So let this government hear and also understand.
Thank you. Punchline time.
Very simple. Government ikethirwa ni kwenda to make most of these systems work. Ibathikire antu. Akethirwa bena forums jaizi, Pedro bakimenya imbie ko work, na imbie te ko work, antu akwithirwa batu probably tukumenya imbie ko work na imbie te ko work more than the implementing authority.
Uketha thirikari ni kwenda ku make kithomo intentional, kitho ki free, ni consolidate all the bursaries, kithomo kitho ki free from nursery to the university.
I wonder if they would dare do that.
They can dare do it if it is not politically motivated. This aspect of the grading, the MTI, thirikari nature urea murito agekira easily the information than having a situation which era tuirero murito urea mtu eta kwa cyber anapata a long way of putting the same. Secondly, finances. Vile JR amesema, hizi pesa ambazo zinatumika politically kutengeneza jina ndio watafute siasa na nini, hizi zote ziwekwa kwa pool moja, ziwe managed easily, because pesa pia inakuwa part of the problem. Ya mwisho, the universities and any other institution which is government rely so much on exchequer. Hata wakati wako na outright way of making means out of exchequer. So let them know also how to diversify, ndio tusije tukakua. Why I have my child in UK, and one thing that she's a lecturer there. Alisoma huko, now she's a lecturer there. What she's telling me is that universities, they don't even know what it means to be funded from the exchequer 100%. So most of the time, they have to generate the revenue. So even our universities, there is research, there is all that way they can create money. So the finance part must be separated. The other part, politics, must be removed from managing our systems. Be it education, be it SHA, President akae kando, wacha technocrats washike hii kitu ndio waweze kufanya the right way.
Mwalimu.
Mine is simple. Tuache kuwa wezi na kufanya mirandi ya kuthambia mbeca bomba kwa ngachio. That is where our priorities have gone wrong. Tutemenya mbeca iko chia housing na daktari, my friend, is saying university chiari kidogo mbeca otechio budget no buto thomenene marando no buto kobaya manene lami twakana mbeca nyingi mma mbeca ichiete na ibateri itureke wamba ibo turatete aturi nthi antu ibethira wena integrity barabara itene na twandike antu incompetent ya uniba pandike ndre mpio tigani west.
Mine is summarized with a quote from Mother Teresa that we can do small things with great love. So if we can concentrate with one thing and we do it into perfection, we can achieve the meaning. Thank you.
Okay, sina maneno mingi. Mine is to just thank the Veru TV for doing this evaluation. And as Wakili has said that let's not over-depend on the executive. We can use what we have. Actually, in Meru University, we have a very big land. We are going to use it.
Okay. Mr. President, I know it is possible, right? Mheshimiwa.
Thank you so much. I can say that corruption has led to this. During our time, it was not even the way the doctor was saying. Some of us tulisoma na parallel because we couldn't reach the grades that were there. But right now, let's try to make education reachable to everybody and affordable. Let's not say that put limitations at the mwana adhoma. They try to make a cut line because of joblessness. It's corruption. Let children learn. Let them have the most affordable education that can be there. And from there, they get employment. There's so much employment in this country, and corruption has to end. If it ended now, everything would be right. But we can see monies all over, being squandered, being misused, and it can sort some of these small problems. Again, the universities also should start having income-generating activities. My nephew just went to Moi University, and 2 weeks later, tumesikia rumors that they're coming back. The lecturers are contemplating, striking the staff, and you wonder, the whole almost 60,000 acres in Moi, and there's nothing they can do. Now they say they start selling donkeys and whatever. Some of these things are just, anyway.
Okay.
I'll say the last thing. If the NFM should remain, then stop limiting the number of people who are supposed to be in specific badge. Like if you're supposed to be, stop saying maybe, for example, you say 5,000 people should be in bad 1. What about the people who are needy and they are supposed to be in bad 1? Where are they supposed to go?
Okay, thank you. As you say that, okay, ndenda kumenya atiri, how does, in this age, forgive me, miaka yetu ridhai, ni atea mtodirete form 4 ate kumenya ku apply that thing?
It's possible because I have a cousin, Naratiania, and he's doing well. He's very bright. Nikimpatia simu, lazima mimi nimuoneshe kwa sababu hata pinya hajui YouTube ni wapi, hajui YouTube ni nini. So it is very possible. We should not blame them because the government is supposed to do digital literacy, and because we are moving to 2030, it is also a shame that you're also asking.
Can you imagine?
Imagine, it's also a shame, right? Yeah. So I think because Mheshimiwa Caleb is here, na alifanya empowerment hapa municipality CBO, I think pia Meru University tutamuita tufanyie empowerment ya wanafunzi wa NFL. And then as I finish, Gichunge, today you have a job and you look very smart, right?
Thank you.
And your child may be in the band 3, but tomorrow unfortunately, Wero says they don't need your service anymore. What do you do? My
It
question.
will be very unfortunate.
Me, I know the government doesn't have goodwill. Hii kitu wanafanya, wanajua it won't work. Lakini they just want to come, just do it for the sake of doing it.
Why would
Martin,
a
can I
government do that
surprise you?
to their people?
Can I surprise you, Martin?
Why would a government do that?
Can I
to its
surprise
people?
you?
Yes.
I just want to surprise you. My daughter alienda ya Jomo Kenyatta University. Tarehe moja September. First year. Sasa wakati tulikuwa tunajaza hii maneno mimi nikachoka. Na my wife is a high school teacher. Sasa kazua pay slip kaitishwa, siku akaenda akaweka nini. Mimi nikasema wewe jaza vitu unataka. Sasa kaenda kwa cyber hapa Makuu. Nikwambie amewekwa mbandi gani? You just laugh. Ile mbadi amewekwa kwa Mungu hata mimi siamini.
Makosa ni ya nani?
Sasa ukiona this thing nikwambie is just full of incompetency. Kwa sababu me I expected, let me tell you, let me finish Gichunge. I expected my daughter awekwa kama band 4, at least band 5 ama 3. Because I knew because of the information they were seeking, nilikuwa najua tu atawekwa hiyo band. Wakati nimpeleka sasa kuripoti, I was told, si tunaona hakuna pesa unalipa. Nikauliza how now?
Oh.
Skiza, akaniambia nikaambiwa after 4 weeks you just go to the portal again and check from there. Lakini hapa kwa computer tunaona hakuna pesa analipa. So I was just surprised. Let me tell you, I went home with the money I was carrying. The money was in pesa because I was ready to pay. Sasa yesterday nikamwambia just look at that portal again, the portal of viewers. You know, she went there without an ID, hakuwa amefikisha 18. Akaniambia nimeona kwa loan nimewekewa 90,000. Just imagine.
Okay.
Up to now I'm very surprised. So it shows you very well hata wanafunzi they don't consider much.
Okay.
Kwa sababu ukiona my status, economic status, na ile pesa ambao wanasema tulipe, it does not match completely. And this information I shared with the principal of a school. Akaniambia andota ako Daraka University. Amewekwa bad one.
Asante. Thank you Mheshimiwa. Sasa hiyo pesa unaweza tu
Okay.
Light note.
There is a lot of problem with this part because of I know of a niece who asked even death certificate, but it was put in a very high bad. We have tried to appeal, it is impossible. The child is likely to be out of school.
Has what certificate?
The father is not there.
Oh, okay.
The death certificate was put, hoping it will improve the bad. Yeah. So there is a lot of problem. Number two.
So Woku bad what?
No, I'm talking about my brother's child.
Your brother's child.
Yeah, with
Amewekwa bad what?
Amewekwa bad 4.
Bad 4.
Despite bad 1. Despite the death certificate you included. Okay. So what I'm saying, also the management of university is just business. And the way it is run politically. Look at the Moi University.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Asante. Glado.
Okay, Ruareto Covent, we have really vented, but me, I think the Naichi on the Tokwari, they are going down to corruption, wastage, and preference. For example, Ruare, the governor was in my ward. I carried a convoy like over, I think 50 cars. A lot of money was used there. School wa carry like watch and day. Etena roe, primary section, etena stima, etena grass KICD. The school is not even fenced. Of course, Uncle Ngoimo utechia weichia member of parliament. But member of parliament akona CDF, governor akona pesa ya kutengeneza hiyo class, but they have decided they will oba wakanya, they just want to see what they can get. President Narombete like 3.5 trillion the last 3 years. Where is that money, Dula? Kaninyamberu. Where is that money? Imedisbursiwa kwa counties, imedisbursiwa kwa constituencies. The money is all over, but we keep blaming Ruto. Ni leaders way to they'll kill us completely with corruption. Thank you.
Nukuba modoro na that dirikari no amekire utongeriana.
Of course, I really feel disappointed, But 2 years is a long time. They hope for bad.
Thank you. Mosh.
One of the greatest things that have come out very clearly in Gichunge is that the people are very discouraged. But one thing that is very clear is that there is a lapse of communication in departments. And the like, from the communication, people are not very much informed of what is happening. That is a lapse from the government side. In the Kabire, when you come to the education system, I think the most important thing that the government can invest in is education. Now, when we hear of our younger brothers and sisters lamenting the way they are doing it, it also hits us. At a personal level, we gather information, and this information also is good for us. Even when we sit with whoever we sit with, I think we'll be able to disperse this information, and what you're calling and what you're asking, this one can be done. But Gichunge, please, just a second. When ignorance, keep parents and students. I'm very much ashamed when my colleague Mheshimiwa akugaka nogere ikuduri
I know, right?
The portal. It is very important also for us to be intentional na tuejana inyatungwa our time. Na tukia jenyana beto that time. Anakutubati ko tukenda dirikari mwanke tujuri the information chetu tuingwa. So it's important. Mheshimiwa, you should have withdrawn that one because you are a very senior person. When you were tired doing that, it was wrong from your hand.
I think I like what Caleb is telling Karinga. Karinga is my very good friend. But first, let me appreciate this, Ndula and MUTEMBEI. I think from this discussion, I would also take it as a serious feedback for the people who are very honest to also follow what the government is doing, who are serving the government. I think we could be having this more often into the reviews. To discuss the performance. Today we have just done the executive at the higher level. County. Also we know where we are ended. Number two, the president has very good intention and the government has very good intention. It's work in progress. Let's say it's work in progress, and I'm sure 2 years down the line, we'll be able to make the right judgment. So, got to appreciate the far we have reached, the intention of starting, the intention of where we are, hoping that in the next 2 years, basics, the common person, you can turn around into of what the president is saying.
Thank you.
So, I take this also as a well level of the feedback and hoping others are also listening so that all of us. But Bomodia, Purankwanda kuwa Ndula na Kenyan tobeto baikwe bo and muno narambo metetiania to na collective responsibility in muno ya ethics chetu changwe na corruption eto atonya mwanka kinya in the election of our leaders. This is not a one-person show. It is a collective responsibility. To change your mindset chetu from where we sit. William is a waste of time. So my best encouragement, to someone has enticed you, do what is right at the right time.
Asante Daktari. Now please let us have some time to actually it's too late.
Thank you so much for the chance. 3 years of the government performance is below average. From the SHA, from the HELP, Kibokwa in Konatrikari in a lot of corruption, na tutena any expectations in the Miaka. Leo tiere, one beke kuwa iwan tam.
Ruto nageretia na nya sana. Nato thekere antubara tuerele ni collapsed kenda tumblivi nimo.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mbere Gichunge yangu chokiria ngave kutuita.
Thank you, Chairman.
Choke mbuge lama loku akaedro ate karibu akawa mbotana muinya botebui.
I know, right?
Ndienda Wanara ikirianto ba na kero. Do you think I would support that government for lying?
Okay.
So,
Thank you.
unikira kwenda kuuga kithirekeria wae wakanya ga kuthiurunga munene. Mwire uma. Ethro na gwite mwire no gwite. na mtu teka turanta kena na goja na gaokira obere no makale. Thank you.
Asante.
Mine is to just say that the government,
Shika mic vizuri bro.
the government should decentralize some minor spendings to the procurement officers in the universities. Every time we have issues as student leaders, when we go to the procurement in the university, they keep on complaining of the centralization process.
Asante.
Okay. Oni pora mpomba kuga mokira dai nkiriti thirikari ya William Samoei Ruto onde mea 95%, na bungi pora mpomba kuongera ni ati ukona kugaruka kwa nteto yonde no monga kumbe ndande ukona.
Asante.
Na ikyo gitumi ukona inyaja miru ndande ichi kuoneka thaira mutuma tonyere gitene, na nikyo gitumi nande kinyaka wira atinda kuga mbuna unanto bawe nonto umata uma ndandi chikuoneka na undirungamana na tutam.
Asante.
Mine is to echo what Mwalimu has said. As for me, what I'll say, I'll conclude, as we appreciate the work in progress, Daktari, let's also consider the views of people. Like for example, the NFM, the public participation was done after implementation. It was supposed to be done before implementation. So that was just done for formalities. Let's also consider the views of the people. The students are the main stakeholders of the education. So we have to consider them. Before I give out the mic, I appreciate this session and I appreciate that you involved students in this discussion, and I'm looking forward to have more sessions where we have students on board. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I implement and then
peana computer hub. So I will agree with Munene actually. Mambo za computer haziko kila pahali. It is a challenge. It is a challenge. I even actually wonder how far this gentleman went. We were West Pokot. How far you went before you saw a computer actually? Because if there is even no electricity, how do you even expect to see a computer? Na uko na limited time ya kufanya nini? Ya kuregister. So I would imagine maybe the best thing kama wataendelea na hiyo, ingawaje Mr. Kio kitu hata ifikiliwe. I would imagine the best thing to do is wakue maybe hata kama ni kwa chief or something like that, wako na forms ambazo zinaweza kuenda zijazwe, alafu zipelekwe mahali zikuwe fed into a system. Unaelewa? That one will be better for them.
Asante.
But nikimaliza, chukueni kura. Chukueni kura.
Okay.
Mukiteta bila kupiga wisely, then itakuwa ni kazi bure. A vote is important. Na mwisho wa mwezi huu ndio IEBC imesema tunaanza kuchukua nini? So tafadhali kutoka 29 tafadhali chukua kura. Even if things change in 2 years, at least utafanya an informed choice.
Decision. Asante. Hata mimi JR nilishika computer mara ya kwanza in campus, but I'm from the old constitution, so I'm good.
Okay, Ibwaga Martin na team yaku. Only my parting shot ni every time tukudhurana na regime re kidhoreku ni bati kwa limit ya kukova, because thina yetu inayo onde mukopo na mismanagement nontu mtu atena pain kuiguimbia kuthithi kitu mioka na turia wa mbecha everywhere. Na then the problem na tuna nayo ni kiri National Assembly. You have a serious problem. Nontu uto practically utikaria kotegera na ikaraja kare ya intention ya thirikari ra ikutha hizi kuensure ikuraga the National Assembly kana bongo benda kugatire utuba kwenda kututhiria, because kethora biure that tukuria na toba kiringa yetuma ibisikari mujumbe nontu no bati kuturiria before even the executive commit to a certain policy That's a really been a problem. Na ikiongo agree na JR, the moment tukajuke kura, tubaringe kiboko this time around, they will report to us. Non to at the end of the day, batu atuandika atongere baba. Nebo batu tuadhikira, batu turebiuria, boraba kuthithia policies. Otherwise, tuarea kuthithio Martin, mtu ataomba pesa yake, batu na empowerment program na run, na itita key project, tutigoro marando, na turigwe thina in future, na kingi daktari. One, Eric. Mwisho daktari tu, mwisho daktari. Botemba kuthura babu ba benefitre na system ireku po ensure na babange batuma ku grip the same benefits that you babu wekirwa uchoko. It's better we also benefit both streamline ura and babu tu nabo bakomba ku enjoy benefit for the future. Thank you.
Asante sana. I can say it has been amazing. Asanteni sana Bwende Nontoboa Kweja for coming. Tunashukuru sana kutoka kwa wanafunzi, our analysts hapa, wakili, everybody, school managers. It's been great. But Edward, please take it away.
All right. Thank you very much, Kiri, our guests, Kiri, our viewers and our listeners, Kiri, World TV and World FM. We are looking for more of these forums genda tumbocho kandia kanywa. So ni muambirio tuambiria engwetika together tukinya maturene kendo ukinya kuma yeku na kwenda kubobora bongo kwenda kuwa na ntutu kwera weru tureana ntubwaku na tukinyire weru nturene arori. Back to you Martin na ntubwa platform gichungi ke siasa. It's all about Martin unbedera deki mubango yuaro siasa ntuko chonde sia lamisi na every morning ingutikin tuko ingituri so nkeda ndi TV in few hours to come. So asanteni sana na ntubo supports kwa RSS tu it has been done and dusted. Thank you very much.
Asante sana na nichokiria timu yonde ira yombethetie manto yakumba kwithira yekarika. Of course tokiamberia na panelists beto au tunashukuru sana you guys for voting yourself kukuja kuongea na kujulisha mwananchi na kumuelimisha na Mr. President mkitukubalia tunaweza kuja tupige session moja kama hii pale shule, si ndio? Itakuwa mzuri kabisa. Asante sana. Na of course Kumakiri management hiki tutakuwa tukifanya monthly na tukiendelea maybe you never know atabaye. But tushukuru sana kwa timu yondera yombethetie manto ya yonde bakwithira yekarika Kumakiri kamera. Tuna Jeremy na kamera ene kwa kuna pale kijana anaitwa Ken, kuna Kevin, kuna Lenny, tunashukuru sana. Kiri directing pale tuko na Purity, tuko na Ken, Wabisaka, nani mwingine nimesahau? Okay, huyu ni kijana mwingine. Na of course timu yonde kuma kina Nunga, kuna Kelvin and so many others. Ni wengi sana. Phineas, asante sana, umefanya kazi fiti. Na of course nchokiri nkadho kiri barabonde batu bwithiritie reporters betu na of course muthoju munene wa mubango jojo wa gichungi gia siasa bwana John Marete tumuita captain. Unibitwa Martin Wechungi Ondola, asanteni sana. Again, let's do this again next Sunday kiri mubango gichungi gia siasa na tuwa it's been real for real.